Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Thursday Sewing Street. Oh my goodness me, what a whirlwind morning it's been. But it's good to know it's National Vanilla Pudding Day. So that is something very much to fill my afternoon with. Now, welcome to the show. I'm Stuart and I've got a fabulous lineup for you today. Lots of colour, lots of creativity. I mean, what's new? Let's start though, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, you know I'm a fan. Freezer paper, so many different creative ways you can use it. This is a 50-yard roll, which is 50 square feet, sorry, which is 12 meters in length. And I think it's 15 inches wide, shiny on one side, that's a kind of waxy coating, and like a sort of cartridge paper on the other. One of my favourite ways to use freezer paper is for pattern pieces. So if I'm doing dressmaking, I'll tape them together with washi paper to make them big enough, especially if I'm going to make it more than once, because then I can iron the paper pattern piece to my fabric, cut round it with scissors or a rotary cutter, and it doesn't move at all. It can also be used like that for things like bag making, which is ace, and you can use your pattern pieces maybe 8 or 10 times before the stickiness wears off. But I mean, the pattern pieces are still good. I also use it a lot for applique. I use it for templates. You can also use it for creating quilting stencils as well, to quilt around. Just iron them to your quilt surface, sew around them, and then peel the paper off. Doesn't leave any sticky residue at all. Now, normal price is £7.49, and if you look elsewhere, if you look in somewhere like Dunelm, I think it's about £10, £10.50 a roll. Now, from us, Hobbycraft, I think, is £10.50. £11 now. £11. So we're already £2.51 cheaper. Look, here we go. Hobbycraft, same roll, £11. £11. Now, we're doing it as our early bird, so it's even better value. This is what you'll pay today. Stock up would be my tip. Stock up. Pound off, £6.49, which, when you compare it with £11, that is pretty phenomenal value. It won't eat or drink anything, as my mum always said. So get yourself 2 rolls, and then you've always plenty in hand. You can also use this. I mean, if you wanted to do, say, a beautiful vine to quilt, and then maybe do feathers in a border. What I would do with this is I would measure out and mark out my vine, okay, cut it out, not a thin strip, just a rectangle with the vine along one edge, iron that to the edge of your quilt, and then you can literally sew with a walking foot along that edge, then peel your paper away and then go in and freeform your feathers. So it's super, super useful. Morning to Pam, morning to Anne. Lovely message from Anne. She says, morning, lovely Stuart. Great to see you. It's great to be here too. Right, keep going through for this. It's a 12-meter roll. It's flying out. There are so many ways to use this freezer paper. It's also really, really good as drawing paper for drafting out blocks, for practicing your quilting. But as I say, for pattern pieces that you can iron to your essentially that waxy finish with the heat of a dry iron on the paper side will temporarily stick to your fabric, and it doesn't budge. But you can peel it away and literally no residue, no stickiness, no colour change. It's ace. Now, don't forget that this week is our flower show week, and did you see my lovely pin badge? I mean, it's a little bit hard to see because of my jazzy shirt. Oh, there we go. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, I've still got some pin badges available. So for your order today, or if you order this week, while stocks last, we'll send you a pin badge. Oh, now I don't have loads left. Probably enough for today. Is today the last day? Tomorrow's the last day. So, well, fingers crossed. Morning to Mo. She says, morning handsome and crew. I love that. Yes, morning handsome and crew. The crew are actually a lot more handsome than I am. So, I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, but thank you, lovely Mo, that's kind. Now, keep going through for your freezer paper, and let's have a look at the menu. It's a doozy today, I'm telling you, it's wonderful. Oh, coming up, coming up, coming up. There we go, there we go. Right, so first things first, fabulous flower show fabrics, and actually, more than that, look, I've got amazing, look at this one. I've got amazing bags. How cool is that? This is coming right up. Now at 9 o'clock, I have got the fabulous, there's only one of her, it's Jennie Rayment at 9 o'clock with the Tucked-up Tote and the Daisy Delight. Some fabulous things there. Now, at 10 o'clock, we are sewing the Nina top with Fiona Hesford from Sewgirl. This is brand new. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, I just need to let you know something. Fiona is the first of our dressmaking designers who is allowing her patterns to be done as digital downloads. So we have got this as a physical pattern today, but we've also got it as a digital download. So you could be sewing the Nina top this afternoon, and it's at a very special price. Now, at 11 o'clock, Jennie Rayment is back with a selection of her fabulous books. We've got 4 different books from Jennie Rayment, including Stitch Bits, Material Magic, Foldy Rolly, Patchwork Pizzazz, and the other one, which I've forgotten the name of. It's called Fans and Fabrications. There we go, there we go. I remembered 3. I don't think that was too bad for my 54-year-old brain. But Jennie is always full of inspiration and just fabulousness. And then at 12 o'clock, Fiona is back with more Sewgirl, this time the Elsie Trousers. These are gorgeous. There's a short version, a cropped version, and a full length. Easy to sew, easy to wear, and suitable for all kinds of different fabrics. And then actually at 2 o'clock, something very special for me. I've never done an extra stitch before, but I hope you'll join us on Facebook for an extra stitch at 2 o'clock, because Fiona Hesford from Sewgirl is going to be joining me. I've got lots of her other patterns with a cheeky little discount, and we're going to have the chance to sort of really chat properly, and I'm looking forward to finding out some more about Fiona's inspiration and her what she's done, what brought her to this point. So I hope you'll join us. We're going to have a really lovely chat, and we've got loads of patterns from her with that cheeky little discount. So every reason to stay with us. Jennie Rayment, Sewgirl, it's going to be fab. Anyway, let's dive in, because right here, right now, we've got the most fabulous flower show essentials. Now, we're going to start with this bag. This is so beautiful. I mean, I love making a bag. You know, I do. And I know lots of you enjoy making a bag, but I'll buy the bags too. And this is gorgeous, isn't it? This is... Now, it's a sewing machine bag. However, I think this is a take me to a country spa hotel, and I'm just going to pop everything in there, thanks. It's got feet on the bottom. It's got this gorgeous pipe detail. The fabric is beautiful, is it not? It's also got an outer pocket here. I mean, this would be fab for your smaller sewing machine, or maybe an overlocker. You've also got... I love these kind of comfort grippers that hold the handles together. A really, really generous zip, great access there. You can see the glamorous things we've put inside. But thank you, Levi. A double zip. But I'm thinking if that had your weekend outfits, swimwear for the spa, maybe a little mini bottle of Prosecco just to christen the room when you arrive. I always like to do that. You know, a few little treats, and that's a weekend in heaven. This could be your bag for taking to workshops and classes. This could be your storage for your overlocker at home and your threads. Would you like a special price as well? As it's you, £26.99, £3 off, which I think is fabulous. I think this bag, if I saw this bag in a department store for £49.99, I wouldn't bat an eyelid, would you? I wouldn't bat an eyelid. I think for £26.99, if I went to a National Trust property and they had this in the gift shop, I would think, yes, please. I would think £49.99 for that easily. For £26.99, I think that's incredibly good value and very, very stylish. Lots of love for this. It is beautiful. And it's a really gorgeous colour, vibrant. Yeah, it's beautiful. Morning to Claire, by the way. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Morning, my love. How are you today? I hope that everyone has started their day well. We've started our day beautifully here at Sewing Street. We've all been very excited to get to air because we've got such a fun day. Love that. I love little details as well about this. It's got little tabs at the zip. Nice, you know, nice details, classy details that show a bit of extra thought. A double zip. And also, look, you've got little tabs as well, which make the opening and closing easier. I think this is a lovely, I would add this if I was making a bag, you know. So I like that detail. Love this as well. It's actually attached to one of the handles, so you can't lose it. Which is particularly good for me. Remember, you should be paying £29.99. Personally, I think that's about half the price it should be, but just my opinion. But I think it's very classy, very classy indeed. And, you know, I think if you were, I don't know whether this would fit as overhead cabin baggage, but I wouldn't be surprised. You'd have to check. All the airlines are different, aren't they? And they all seem to be making the bags smaller and smaller. But, you know, a good kind of, if you were having a night away somewhere, I think most of us could fit all our stuff in that. Is it terrible to admit I don't make everything? I don't think so. We've got so many lovely things in this hour. I'm going to move on. Now, can we move on, please, to the sewing box? Because I think this is, again, gorgeous. I've got a few things in this fabric, and this is lovely. This is a sewing caddy. You've got that lovely smart handle. It's a little bit retro, but it's also quite modern and smart, isn't it? I'm going to flip that back. Deal Fairy, thank you very much, £27.99. You've got a strong magnetic snap at the front. This is all padded on top, so you can use that as a bit of an improv pin cushion. And then inside, you've got your proper pin cushion, elasticated double pocket, love the pleats there. You've got a tray inside, tray insert for all of your sewing bits and bobs. And then a ton of space underneath. I mean, how fabulous is that? Also, on the bottom, you've got your feet as well. So it's going to sit proud of the table. I think this could be used for jewellery. I think it could be used actually for makeup as well. You could pop makeup in there and have brushes and things like that in the top. I think very, very suitable as a sewing caddy or box. And, you know, I have several of these hanging about my house and my studio because I've got multiple sets of tools. Nice to have something that you can carry around with you. And again, fully upholstered all the way around. The fabric's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really beautiful. It's Morris-esque. A whisper of Morris. I love that. That sounds like a talk, doesn't it? Echoes of Morris. don't forget, if it's your first purchase this week, you'll get a pin badge. You'll get a pin badge. Very collectible, I think. I like collecting these. Right, next up, I don't know, I'm thinking of this like, this is amazing. Now, you're going to absolutely love this. You're going to love this. Right, so I thought, first of all, oh, lovely, little lunch bag. No, look, all gusseted, okay, lovely double handle, double zip, open it up, and check this out. So look, you've then got vinyl zip pocket, right, oh, $25.99, look, book, page 3 of them, and look, zip, clear pocket, zip, clear pocket, another one. This one here, you've got spaces to put tools, brushes, pens, scissors, things like that. Here, you've got a double clear pocket, another one, and then a full, I mean, this is amazing value, and then still lots of space. Isn't that brilliant? This is all fixed inside. I mean, I'll be honest, I've always fancied making something like this, but I've always thought it's such a lot of time, it's such a lot of effort, and actually, it's all made for you for $25.99. I think that's fantastic. So you've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 organisers, and remember, some of them are double organisers. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. $25.99. Not too soon to be stashing this for something in December. Or equally, that, if somebody gave me that for my birthday, I'm just hinting, it's worth a try. It could be your digital download patterns and your patterns that you've printed off, yeah, that you keep in there. It could be your embroidery, your EPP bag. I mean, imagine how you could organise all your blocks in those 7 different pockets. Absolutely fantastic. This might be the hero of the hour. Very smart, very stylish. Remember, you've got that double zip that opens up, and then single big pocket there, a double, your elastic slots for tools, a single, and another single. I mean, it just keeps going on. And actually as well, there's still some space in there depending on what you put inside your bag. Now, this is proving incredibly popular. About half my stock is spoken for. And it's brand new today, so we did start with the most stock we were ever going to have, but it's dwindling fast. It is lovely, isn't it? It's fab. I don't think we should really have taken even a penny off that, Ben, but cheeky, you couldn't help yourself, could you? But anyway, it's still lovely. Morning, Delia. She says, morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to have your company. We are celebrating all things floral, so I thought I'd crack out this shirt. I really like this shirt. It's a little bit slim-fitting, but it's okay. It's pulling me in. Michelle says, morning, Stuart and team. Loving your shirt. Nice colour. Thank you. I wear a lot of blue, don't I? So it's quite unusual to see me in a different colour. But I do love those kind of aubergine berry sort of colours. Thank you. That's very kind, Michelle. Does it bring out the colour of my eyes? No, absolutely love that. Well, I'm just dressing, for a Caribbean holiday in the hopes that I'll manifest. Don't miss out on that bag, will you? I'm a bit worried that it's going to sell out and people are going to miss out. I think it will be a sellout by the end of the hour. Now, this is rather cute and gorgeous. It's a little hexagon box. It's a Victorian sewing kit. These are fabulous. $19.99. You've got your Look, 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 look. This is amazing. This is amazing. And before we go any further, I'm thrilled to say, yes, the contents are included. And you've just made a set. I know, I think, can you go backwards? Can you? You've got the discount now. Look, you've got a pair of embroidery scissors, included needles, a flexible tape measure, a seam ripper, couple of pins, a needle threader, and a repair set of threads. How fabulous. How fabulous is that? And super cute. Everything folds back in, and then you just pop the lid back on. Great. Absolutely fab, that, isn't it? Really fab. The top's padded. You could use that as an extra pin cushion too. Very, very giftable. This is the kind of thing you can have out on the side, and it's just a beautiful thing, but it's also terribly, terribly useful. Now, if you had to buy these individual items, I mean, of course, none of them is huge money. They're sort of pocket money things in themselves, but a couple of pounds for that. A couple of pounds for that. £3 or £4 for that. You know, if you count up the individual price of just the tools, which actually none of us thought you got included, but you actually do, there's easily £12 worth of haberdashery there. But then you've got the gorgeous hexatui as well, all for £18.49. So I think that's sensational value. Absolutely brill. Now, I've got one more item in this beautiful floral range, and it's a project bag. Really, really smart. This is the kind of thing that you could have your current EPP project in. It could be crochet, it could be a bit of knitting. You've got a clear vinyl pocket. You have got a really nice strong zip across the top. It's all nicely bound, really smartly made. Okay, plenty of space in there. This could be for your fabric storage, couldn't it? You could have a little bit of fabric in there, and a pair of scissors, and a marking pen, and your templates, and take that around with you for working on the go. I'm amazed at the price, Ben. £10.99. How smart is that? Now, I'm just going to check, actually, to see whether those fabrics are rather nice, aren't they? I've got these cut. Oh, hello. Hello. We'll get to those. But I just want to see if this will fit in here. I think it will. Because I'm just thinking if you wanted to get a couple of those as sort of removable pages for your organizer, I think that will fit fair enough. That looks a beautiful blue, Stuart, says Karen, isn't it? Isn't it? It's like sort of cobalt blue, isn't it? I've just bought some linen and cotton mix, almost like this. It's like a violet blue for dungarees, like a linen cotton mix. I was in London yesterday and I went to the Gold Hawk Road, very swanky, shopping for, it was lovely. Yeah, it was a fun thing to do. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't completely fit. You'd have to sort of fold the edge in. But I reckon you could add in an extra and have a little removable bag. Gosh, now almost my entire stock is in baskets. And also, there's lots of people checking out and multi-buying, which does actually mean that all of my stock could be gone. So if you want the project pouch, super idea. Now, I haven't even mentioned that on the back, there's actually another pocket. So that could be your pattern in the back. And then this could be the project inside. I think if you were to add up the vinyl, the zip, the fabric and your time to make. I mean, we love making things, of course we do. But, I mean, for $10.99, you can't really go wrong, can you? Very impressed with that. Very impressed with the whole range. Morning to Deborah. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Should we just say a quick hello to everybody in the gallery? Hi. We've got Ben. Who's sporting a very, very smart and handsome haircut. We've got Levi. Hey. And we've got Ollie. There he is. There's Ollie. There's our lovely team. Thanks for all your good mornings, by the way. We do love it when you message in. Right, keep going through for that. I am down to pretty low double figures left on this now and way more in baskets than I have. I'm just going to bring the whole collection back in just for a second because we've had some gorgeous things to start off the morning. We've got my fabulous Weekender bag. Absolutely gorgeous. You can fit a sewing machine into that. You can fit a sewing machine. And when you consider the price of that now, what are we doing this for, Ben? Can we flash that again, please? Really sturdy. $26.99 for this. I think that's absolutely brilliant. And you've got that pocket on the front there as well. Really capacious inside. Double zip. You've also got a strong base and feet. I think it's terrific. We've got the gorgeous lunch bag that isn't a lunch bag. Brilliant for projects. Your sewing caddy, your hexatui, and your project pouch. Just wonderful. Just wonderful. How can you resist? Now, just while we're talking bags, I have also got one alternative fabric. This is so beautiful. I've only got this in one option. So it's the sewing machine bag. $29.99, but of course we're going to match that earlier price and do this at $26.99. Now you've got a proper good, strong, hard base. Big feet on here, okay. You've got a massive zippered pocket on the front. So this is going to be brilliant for putting things like the foot pedal and the cable for your sewing machine in. This would fit something like an FS250 or maybe a 4 series or a 5 series Elna, okay. Nice sturdy handles, a double zip, lots and lots of room inside. This could be your AccuQuilt Go Cutter going in here, or your Crafter's Companion Gemini could go in here. And it's also, this one is like splash resistant, wipeable, so it's almost like an oilcloth type outer, which, if you're taking your sewing machine to workshops and classes, is really quite useful, isn't it? Very nice, very nice. And I love the fabric design. Very smart. There it is. That's rather lovely, isn't it? Very nice. Right, let's look at some fabric. Now, this first one, this is so beautiful. This is called Nightshade. And this is a mega bundle. Now, I'm going to show you the coordinates first. But there's also two rather wonderful extras. So to start with, these fabrics are beautiful. They're digitally printed, so they have a bit of a look of batik about them. They've got that lovely, so many beautiful colours in there. Beautiful florals, butterflies and moths. And how pretty is this? And you've got those wonderful teal shades and pinks. That is stunning. Now, you've also got some gorgeous black background prints in here. Now this I am completely loving. web image for this bundle does not match up, so please ignore that web image and just go with what I'm showing. Now, there's also a rather fabulous stripe. You get 1/2 metre. Now, just to let you know, this fabric is available by the 1/2 metre too. This might well be one that I'd be buying multiples of. I could imagine fussy cutting this. You could use this for stack and whack. Lots of lovely options. Fabulous. Okay, so that's the sort of collection, but you've also got 2 more pieces. Now let me show you. So you've got this panel. Okay, I'll hold this up so you can see it actually. You get 6 different images. I mean, how beautiful, kind of rondelles maybe you might call those. And you've also got that bit of a border at the top and the bottom. I'll just flip this around so we can have a proper look at the 6 different images. I'm going to grab a tape measure as well, just to give you an idea of the size. Now, you could cut these out and have them as block centres. You could use these perhaps on a pocket, about 10 inches square, if you were to cut it out as a square. You could cut a circle. I'd draw a circle on lightweight interfacing, put that over the top of the image, stitch around the pencil line and cut it out, and then slip the interfacing and turn the whole thing through. Then you'd have a circle that you could applique to a background. So another creative way. Cushions, you could use this stripe for the envelope back. Look. The way the colours pop against black is absolutely superb. That is stunning. So you also get that in your mega bundle. Incredible, right? And then on top of that, you also get this panel. Ben, can I check? We definitely get this panel as well. This is amazing. So this is actually a bag panel produced by Northcott to make a tote bag. Can you believe this? This is a printed canvas, cotton canvas. So look, you've got the front and the back of the bag. This is the base of the bag. And then you also get your handles. So you could overlock or bind the seams inside, or you could add a separate lining. But you've got the instructions printed on the bottom of the panel as well. So this is a beautiful quality cotton canvas as well. So think about this. You've got a cotton canvas tote bag kit. Let's call it a kit, because it's got your pattern and all the fabrics you need. You've got your 6 10-inch images with your border top and bottom. And then you've got 11 different 1/2 meters of quilt weight cotton, all for £104.88. Now that's incredible. We've got a bag, we could do 6 cushions, we could make a quilt. I'd be adding in some coordinates to this. I've got some coordinating solids. I'll show you in a second. I think that's fabulous. Absolutely fab. You've got your sort of soft, gentle, like, this is your daytime, isn't it? This is your daytime. But of course you can mix them across both colourways. And then you've got the nighttime, the black background. It almost has, for me, a look of Jason Yenter about this. It's got a bit of a Jason Yenter feel to me, and I absolutely love his fabrics. Look at this one. Don't have a huge amount. This is almost like a vertical stripe, isn't it? Because you could so easily cut. Very nice. Let's do these fabrics individually. Let's start with the panels. Can we start with the cotton canvas? The tote bag. I'm not sure whether this has a sticker on it. It doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry. if you show me. No, that will be the 6. Is it? Oh, it's 2. That's the bag then. I can't believe that price. I'm just going to measure this piece to check it's 60 centimetres. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Wow. Wow. Now, look, this I think is in steel. This is a steel, right? $9.99 for this. Oh, it's flying out. This is 100% cotton canvas. So you wouldn't even need to line it or add any interfacing. You've got your instructions to make it up as a bag, okay? Cut out the bag pieces along the edges. Do not pre-wash the panel. Serge or zigzag the top edge of the bag. Jenny, didn't you write a book called Serging for Softies? There you go. Jennie Rayment's in the house. You've got pin the pocket in place. You've got a pocket inside as well. It's fat for $9.99. Amazing, amazing. Fold in half. Blah, blah. Yes, look, box the corners. There you go. Full instructions. You've got your handles, front, back and base. You've even got a pocket there. The whole thing for $9.99. I think that's bonkers. It's an absolute bargain. Incredible. I mean, multi-buy. Multi-buy. I mean, I don't want you to get into trouble, Ben, but I think this should easily be about £18.99. Here's the web image. This is what we went by. See, Ben thought this was plain fabric and it would just go in with the bundle. That's why it's in the bundle. It shouldn't ever really have been in the bundle, probably. Brilliant. So many amazing colours in there, isn't it? And really big size. This is the front of the bag, which that image is like 12 inches by about 13 inches. And you get that one on one side, and then it's mirror imaged, I think, isn't it? It's the same image. Yes, same image. Beautiful handles. Now, I would keep this as is because it's a cotton canvas. My usual idea is to kind of use the front on one and the back on another bag, but I would keep it all together. I mean, it is a cotton canvas. We do cotton canvas on the website as well. You could buy extra cotton canvas and you could chop this up. But anyway, that's going to sell out. If you want that, grab it quick. It is amazing. Right, here's the 6. Now, this is quilt weight cotton this time. So this is 6 different, I'm going to call them wreaths, okay? Because you've got 6 different circular images. If you're going to cut them out, you're probably going to cut them to about 10 inches square or thereabouts. You could use this front and back of a bag, maybe. I'd be inclined, here's the thing, I'd be inclined to maybe make a window aperture and reverse applique. So applique something on top with a circular aperture, which would be lovely, okay, for cushions or bags, and you could make up to 6 cushions or bags. Sue's messaged in to say, that nightshade panel is amazing. Isn't it? Becky Alexander Frost has messaged in as well to say, morning Stuart and team, that's a gorgeous bundle. The colours really pop. It is fabulous, isn't it? It's a bit of me. You've got 6 different images and you've got that border print, top and bottom. Top and bottom. Gorgeous, isn't it? Really beautiful, something a bit different. I think this is going to sell out as well, this panel. So grab them while you can. Now, you definitely want some coordinating fabrics to go with. I'm going to start with the border print because this is one that, I mean, just, yeah, you need this. You need this. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And they're not direct repeats. You can see they're different butterfly. I think these are all moths, actually. different moths. There's probably a repeat, isn't there? Is it every other? Yeah, yeah. So 3 of each. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Try cutting equilateral triangles, fussy cut, and then sew 6 together to create a hexagon with mirror, almost kaleidoscope. Beautiful. Beautiful. What is a group of butterflies called? Is it called a kaleidoscope of butterflies? How lovely. What about moths? Because these are moths. I think that's lush. Wow, the quantities have just literally plummeted. An elaboration of moths. A whisper of moths. That's rather beautiful. I'm going to have to fly through because there's loads to get through. Right, next up, this is, you've got it, brilliant. So this is almost like a stripe. I'm going to hold it up because you might get a better view of it like that. Imagine making a beautiful bag or quilt borders out of that. It's magnificent. I don't have big quantities of any of these. Fussy cut, stack and whack, one block wonder. Okay, next up, HL 63, yeah. Big, all over print, magnificent. You see what I mean about looking a bit batik-y? So beautiful, so beautiful. All those luscious florals. They really almost look like they've been appliqued, don't they, against the black background. It's fabulous. Not big quantities of that one, if you want that one. Right, next one. Butterflies on black. I keep calling them butterflies, they're moths. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Nice mid-scale print, this. Fabulous for dressmaking. Don't you think? Yeah, I think a shirt. Derek, if you're watching, I think a shirt in that would be fab. Absolutely fab. I'm going to do all the dark ones. This is the last with the black background. I want a bolt of that. That's yum. Absolutely yummy. But again, really small quantities if you want that. It's digital printing, you know. It gives the look of batik because you can have 1,000 different colours in one fabric if you want. Oh, see, now I absolutely love the background, but now with the white, that is beautiful. And these images are really good size. If you wanted to fussy cut, you know, this moth here, 3.5 inches by about 2 inches, a really good size image. I've got some different prints as well, actually. Nice little floral, this one. Beautiful. Soft and gentle. Just like you, Ben. £8.49. Cute. Just love them all. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, what about this for a pop? Haven't seen this print before. That is magnificent. Now that's the kind of fabric that I would take and I would design a whole quilt around and pick my colour palette. Actually, in the very next hour, Jennie has got a fabulous, is it called the Tuck-and Tote? Tucked-up Tote, and we've got a batik version of this which would fit so beautifully in with these colours too. They would go together. There's a kit, but you could add a bit of this in, 1/2 metre. Oh, yummy. We are cooking with gas. Probably the smallest scale print in the collection, this one. Sweet. £8.49 1/2 metre, and it's cut to order, so if you order 3 units, you'll get 1.5 meters in one piece. Right, 2 more. Beautiful, fresh, green, all over foliage print. Now again, that could be gorgeous for a bag. Diamond crosshatch quilting. Pick out maybe a little lilac for a piping cord in the seam, something like that. Last one, it's those beautiful moths on an ivory background. So it is a warm white background. What a lovely collection. Do we have any of either of the panels left, Ben? We'll just check. There is a coordinating solids bundle. I'm just going to show you very quickly. Our Ben put this together. It's absolutely lush. You've got 7 different half meters, so 3.5 meters in total. Let's do it. £23.93. £23.93. Super. Absolutely brilliant. Such a great way to stock up your stash for, well, very little money really in the great scheme of things. Yeah, it'll make your bundle go further. If you make to sell, it's increasing your chances of making a profit. Love that teal. Right, I've more florals. I flashed these earlier on. I couldn't resist. I mean, look at this one. Now that comes in 2 different colourways. So you've got the blue background, and you're going to make a cheeky saving too. You've got the white background as well. Actually, I'm not sure that isn't a slightly different print. It's slightly smaller scale, isn't it? But they go beautifully. Okay, you've got sky blue. There's some really nice florals here. This is from In the Beginning. Gorgeous. Oh, look at that green. Again, has the look of a batik. This is kind of ombre. Let me show you this. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's a bit of all right. That is a bit of all right. I mean, brilliant if you like to do a plique because you've like 4 seasons in one fabric. Such a lot of bang for your buck there. This one is also ombre. Oh, this is too pretty. Look at that. That is are these available by the half meter? They are. Now imagine making something like a lovely scarf out of that. Do you know, I mean, it's not going to go nicely with my shirt, but can you imagine a kind of, I don't know, lovely. And then there's a panel. There's a panel. Is it a panel? Well, it's a stripe. It's a stripe. It's like 4 borders. So this would make 4 beautiful cushions. I would use this as the main event in a cushion. And then I would just put strips above and below to create 4 cushions, maybe. But this is also available by the half meter. Wow, let's do this panel by the half meter then. So this is cut to order. So if you, and the way it's done is those border strips run vertically. So if you're, for example, making a quilt that's 90 inches square, okay, let me have a quick look, Ben. Yes. It's a half meter, yeah, it's not a panel, yeah. If you're making a 90-inch square quilt, you would want to buy about 92, 94 inches. So if you bought 2.5 meters, yeah, and then you'd be able to cut your long borders and mitre the corners. Very smart, very smart. The rest of the quilt could be simplicity itself. The borders, magnificent, absolutely magnificent. But if you've bought any Jason Yenter kits in the past or patterns in the past that have, he often does tall triangles cut from these border prints that then get sewn together to create octagons. And it's all about clever use of the fabric. You could do that with this range. Right, the rest of the fabrics are available by the half metre. This would be my top, this one and this one would be my top tips. Let's do the flowers. So everything from autumn through to summer, through to spring blossoms, all in one fabric, $7.99. Absolutely yummy. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. So that's that one. And then kind of the same idea with greens. Autumn, high summer, and spring, all in one fabric. I just think, I mean, half a metre of both of those, and you've got a palette to create an applique quilt out of 1 metre of fabric. Gorgeous. Right, let's look at a few books. Sorry, I'm making a right old mess today, aren't I, with these lovely fabrics? Right. Yes. Ooh, the Bouquet in a Book by Prudence Rogers. Well, first of all, this is a thing of beauty. Let's, for a start, a little ribbon tie. This reminds me of the title sequence of Rosemary in Thyme. That was like a hand-tied bouquet. Ooh. Oh. Now this is beautiful. Paper flowers to make. Sweet pea, Icelandic poppy, gerbera. Stocks, one of my favourite scented flowers. Olive, ranunculus, lily grass. Dahlia, eucalyptus, lovely in a flower arrangement, horrible if you have it in your garden, because when the leaves fall, they just stick to the lawn and kill it. Bane of my life, that was the Bane Marie of my life. It was, that eucalyptus. And then there was a really cold winter years ago and it killed the tree. And I've never been glad that weather killed a plant until that day. Look at those, absolutely lovely. Just a beautiful book. I mean, and oh, hello, hello. You've got all of the papers to make the flowers. Oh, that's superb, that's superb. Very clever, very clever. While we're in a theme, there's loads in baskets. Check out on that, won't you? I don't have loads. Draw 30 flowers in easy steps. This is from Search Press. If you want to add a bit of, I mean, hand drawn and then maybe embroidered. You don't have to work at this scale. You could supersize it. You're learning the skills. And then if you could maybe use something like, oh, what are the lovely watercolour pencils? You know? Derwent, yeah. Those ones. Or embroider them. Or just enjoy a bit of something else for a change. Honeysuckle, beautiful. My honeysuckle this year is absolutely gorgeous. It must be thriving on neglect. Anything that thrives on neglect does very well. For me. That's lovely, and $9.99 for that. What about drawing flora and fauna? This is the Kew book of drawing flora and fauna. Kew Gardens, yeah. Draw a squirrel, a rabbit. You see, every time I work with Sandra Rushton from Santangle, she inspires me to draw because she always says, you know, it's about the steps, it's about the method, you know, you can learn how to draw, and this book shows you how. I could really imagine including some of these in a quilt. $14.99 for that. Now next up I've got, well, quite similar books these, even the front cover. Both by Search Press. Let's start with Anyone can paint watercolour flowers. Don't say that at an art show to the artist. Oh, anyone could paint that. But it's encouraging, isn't it? You've got outlines. Now, I'd probably use those. Actually, you really could use those, couldn't you? Draw through and then embroider them. That'd be nice. But then look at these. I mean, when you actually see the result, I want to learn how to do that. $10.99 for that. It's a bit of a steal, isn't it? And then watercolour flowers for the absolute beginner. Gosh, I wouldn't mind if that was my first painting. Quite happy with that. It's all about learning techniques, isn't it? Camellias, very nice. Oh, gorgeous. Una Stubbs was very keen on painting, wasn't she? She was an embroiderer, and then as she grew older, she turned to painting. Lovely, absolutely gorgeous. Wow, what a lot of inspiration. And don't forget, if it's your first time shopping with us this week, you will be getting a Flower Show pin badge with your order while stocks last. All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, I'm joined by the one, the only Jennie Rayment. You won't want to miss this next hour. Stay tuned.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. You know, here's the thing. My next guest is Jennie Rayment. She almost needs no introduction. Jennie, it's so good to have you on the show.
Thank you, it's fantastic.
Welcome.
Haven't seen you for a long
It's been ages.
time.
It's been ages. And the thing is with Jennie, now Jennie didn't come here the night before and sleep up. She drove up this morning and she's still got twice as much energy as the rest of us put together. If you've ever met Jennie, you will know that she's an absolute powerhouse. Now, this hour, my goodness me, I've got some amazing projects from Jennie. I am going to start by showing you. This is the Tucked-up Tote. And of course, Jennie, you are world famous for twiddling, fiddling and manipulating fabric. And this is like a compendium of techniques. You've got panels at the ends, you've got panels front and back, all these different techniques for folding and manipulating fabric, but also a really functional, fabulous craft, I would say, tote bag, you know, something that you can put all your crafty bits, your latest sewing project. You've also got magnets at either end so you can close it in or open it up. Very smart, very stylish. This is the kind of caddy that you can have on your desk, take to workshops, the lot.
Yep, carries absolutely everything in there.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about having the pockets on the outside, you can see what you've got.
Yeah,
You could, of course, put pockets on the inside if you wish.
Are these like concertina pot? There's extra space, isn't there? These aren't flat to
There's a special trick to doing it, which I might share with you, Mr. Hillard. I might.
Fingers crossed. Fabulous. Absolutely fab. Now, I've got a physical pattern, I've got a digital pattern, and I've also got 2 kits. Let's start with this kit to make this very one. Now, fabulous price. You get the pattern for the Tucked-up Tote. This is the kind of thing you could make many, many times. Really detailed. Look at all the step-by-step photography. Every single part explained. I mean, it is a thick, thick pattern there. physical pattern. You're also getting these beautiful, genuine batiks to create the bag with. And these colours are vibrant but soft. Is that a thing?
I think so, yes.
Be vibrant and soft.
When I unpacked the bag, I thought, oh, wow, I love those fabrics.
Yeah.
And you can actually rearrange them in different ways.
Yes, because you've got equal quantities of each. So although Jenny's put the pinks here, you could flip that around a little bit.
You can do exactly what you want. Or, of course, you could use the pattern and make it all up in scraps. You know, and save the batiks for something else, like in your stash, and just stroke them gently.
This is the one that I thought, that nightshade fabric with the moths. You could mix it in.
Brilliant. Look absolutely superb.
Because the colours are lovely. Well, that's our first option, $32.99. You get 2.5 metres of fabric. Now, can I just ask, is that because you get...
Yes,
you get 1 metre of this
one. Which does the lining and the outside.
Understood.
Yes.
So you place that there, and then 0.5 metres of these, plus that pattern. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've also got a little bundle with 5 magnetic snaps in it, which you will need 3 of them. So I'll show you that in just a second. Now, let's talk pattern. Pattern on its own. Oh, do you want to do the other kit? Let's do the other kit first, sorry. It's been really popular. Jenny, may I just borrow the patchworky panel?
Yeah, we'll have that one there.
Thank you. So this is, look at this.
I thought that was fabulous. I just love the sort of the pink, soft pink and the green. I mean, it's so superbly
amazing,
vibrant.
amazing. Love how you've added in some of the decorative stitching as well. So clever. So this has been a very popular kit. You get the pattern for, brand new by the way, the Tucked-up Tote from Jennie Rayment. You also get your fabulous genuine batiks, 1 metre of this one, 0.5 metre of the others, to create your bag. Do I need to add a separate lining fabric to this?
No, it's all there.
It's all there.
Yep.
For $32.99. Been very, very popular. If you want to grab the green Tucked-up Tote kit, this is your option. Fabulous.
Thank you.
Now then, let's talk pattern. Physical pattern. It's been absolutely flying out. This is for the printed pattern, and not being funny, but you get a lot of pages of instructions for $9.99 here. You get a lot of instruction. It's not just a bag, is it, at the end of the day? You've got all of those different techniques for folding and manipulating fabric. And you could be using those techniques in a cushion or a purse.
Wall hanging, put the 6, because they're all 6-inch squares, you could put them together, you could make a fabulous wall hanging, you could do it all in calico, which was the fabric I used to start working with.
Yeah.
It's a really good way of getting yourself into a little bit of twiddling and fiddling, and because it's 3D, if you're not quite accurate, your mistakes possibly won't notice.
Love that. Love a bit of fudge factor built in. $9.99 for the pattern. Grab yours. Now, if you're an impatient kind of person and you want to be twiddling and fiddling this afternoon, well, you can. Also, if you like paper-free, which is awesome, we do a digital version as well. We'll give you the details for that. Now, this is an instant purchase, an instant download, so you could actually be manipulating fabric with Jenny in the hour.
Yes, why not?
Yeah,
grab it now.
Grab yourself some fabric. $9.99. Now, I've got some other projects, 2 more projects, but we want to dive into demo, don't we? Jenny?
Come here.
Can I?
Mr.
Can I come
Hillard.
over?
Would you be a dear and bring the bag, Mr. Hillard? Please. No, go and get the bag.
Oh, of course. Oh.
dear. You're trying to get the staff these days.
Honestly,
is dire.
I love that. I love that. We've started.
Right, so there is the bag in all its glory. That was the first colour option. Let's put that to one side over there. Here is the second colour option, right? You will, first of all, be able to cut out your sides, your back, and the bottom. And I would put them onto some form of stiffening, and we've got the stiffening on the show
Yeah, which one have you used this
I've got
time?
the inner form on here.
Boselinar form, brilliant.
Correct,
My
which is
favourite
absolutely
product.
superb. Now, top tip is when you're actually putting your panel onto it, always have the inner form slightly bigger.
Okay.
But because it is fusible, it is a very good idea to put a piece of baking parchment or something that it will prevent the stick from the bosel getting on the bottom of the iron.
Got you.
Because we don't want a dirty bottom to our iron.
No,
do we?
absolutely, no dirty bottoms.
No dirty bottoms.
Do you cut your fabric to the correct size?
Correctly, yes, absolutely. And then I quilted it on, and I used, in fact, the good old quilting guide on the machine and just did rows, lines, etc., etc.
Yeah, walking foot, straight line.
Yep. Easiest way to do it is initially put a ruler on the fabric at 45 degrees or any angle you like, do one line, sew along the line, put your quilting guide in, and then the guide follows the line. And if you work from the centre out, you can go down to one side, turn it round, go from the centre out to the other side, and then you repeat. So
Easy
do
as that.
all the sides.
How
the bottom.
fabulous is this fabric
Oh,
as
it's
well?
superb. It really is superb.
Love it.
When you've done the grunt bit, so to speak, yeah, all right, it is the grunt bit, then you get into making up the
I
panels.
love that stage. It's just a bit of calm before the
Yes,
storm.
just going,
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bit of grunt as well, particularly when you've got to do it and you can't make the bag up.
True enough.
Then you've got 6 different panels to make up, and these are all made up as 6-inch squares. And I would
All 6 are different?
all 6 are different,
That's
yes.
awesome.
And you've got 2 different ends, 2 different ways of playing with your tucks. So
Great.
go back to this one.
So
Easy.
much value in this pattern.
So I'm going to do this side first. So on this side,
Yeah.
put it up there. See, we've got tucks going. It's getting the right place. We've got tucks
Oh, you're just
all
covering up
going
your
in one
mic, my
direction.
love.
Oh,
Sorry, if I just... There we go, perfect.
All going in one direction and back the other. So if you see this as, say, a couple, this is Mummy and Daddy running down the road, Mummy being chased by Daddy, and then back in the other direction and over there and over there. So it's easy to understand. Because if you take that little idea and you go to this side, okay, we've got a sort of honeycomb
Oh, I
effect.
love that.
And the easiest way to describe that is to go to our happy little couples, and initially, row 1, they're all happily together and kissing each other.
Right.
Row 2, they have the most enormous row, and one goes one way and one kisses the person
You've
next
got quite
door.
a unique way of teaching, haven't you,
Yes.
Jenny?
And then fortuitously, the sun shines and they all get back together.
Do they all make up in
They
the
make up,
centre?
and then they get divorced again, and then they make up.
Oh,
so
I say.
that gives you the honeycomb effect going down there. You see, you've got to have a bit of humour
It's
in
like
these
my
things.
biography, Jenny.
A bit like mine too. So you make up the 6 panels, you make up the 2 panels of tucks, but I thought I'd show you one of the panels. That's
love
the
that.
bow tie one, which
I'd
is
love
this
that.
one. And here we have the bow tie. So the bow tie is composed of 4 3.5-inch squares, a 5-inch square for the middle, that'll be that bit, and 4 more squares that get folded and put on the corners. Everything really works on the premise that anything folded on the diagonal will roll back in an arc shape. And people are a bit apt to say, oh, it's cathedral windows. No, it's not. But cathedral window patchwork has the effect that on one of the folds, it's on the bias of the fabric, and it will roll like that. Anyway, to do this particular one, which is the bow tie, you take your centre panel, you fold it in half with
Is
the
that
right
this
side on
bit
the outside.
here?
That's that
Yeah.
bit. You take 2 of the squares. One square goes behind, right side up. One square goes on top, right side down. Then you proceed to stitch down this side, and I'll put a pin in it, using 1/4 inch seam allowance, but you ignore the first 1/2 inch.
Okay.
So underneath the sewing machine. So don't sew the first 1/2 inch. Now on this particular machine, I can set the needle to a 1/4 inch from this edge of the normal presser foot by shifting the needle on the stitch width to 5.5.
Sure.
And that'll set the needle at a 1/4 inch from the edge of the fabric. So proceed down in ordinary fashion. When you get to the bottom, if you can remember, sewing onto a scrap helps. So onto the scrap. There we are.
Sue's messaged in. She says, lovely products presented by the fairy godmother and Prince Charming of quilting. Perfect combo. Well, I don't know, Jenny, if you've ever been described as the fairy. I'm assuming I'm the Prince Charming. I'm just assuming. See, now it's made me doubt everything. Maybe what a wonderful description.
I think it's a love.
Sue.
Thank you very much indeed, Sue. Right. If you open those squares out, you can see this is now inserted in the seam. We're going to do the same thing to the other side.
Yeah.
So one square behind, right side up.
Yeah, this ain't cathedral window. This is so interesting
Yes.
watching.
This is the bow tie. One square on top. And again, what am I going to do at the beginning?
Miss out the first half
out the
inch
first
and then a
half
1/4 of an
inch.
inch to
Yep.
the bottom. That was just to check if I was listening, wasn't it, Jenny?
Yes.
Do you know, years ago, we did a residential weekend or something
Yes, we
together.
did.
I think we were both teaching, and I had the pleasure of hearing Jenny speak.
Oh no,
And
don't
my
tell them
goodness
that.
me. Do you
no,
remember?
No, yes, yes.
It was
yes,
fabulous.
Yes.
It was fabulous.
You also remember, I think we were at Ali Pali when I insisted on doing the ironing. There wasn't an ironing board, so I ironed it on the table and melted the plastic at the top of the table.
Lovely. It's been causing havoc since 1987. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 1989. Hey, get it right.
Oh, 89.
Right, yes.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't
No,
bad.
it was pretty good going. Right, if you'd like to hold this end.
Yep.
Thank you. What we've got here, we tip it sideways, you can see it on the overhead. Right, we've got what looks a bit like a bridge over troubled water. Okay, there's the water going under there. These are sort of the piles at either end of the bridge. Now, up there in the sky is an asterisk, and it's going to come, asteroid rather, not an asterisk, it's going to come, was a 3
Wondered where that was
o'clock
going.
This asteroid is going to come hurtling down, and it's going to hurtle into the middle of the bridge there.
Right.
The bridge will plunge to the bottom of the river, and what will happen is the two sections on either side will spring apart and come together in a cataclysmic happening. There you are, trapping that in the seam.
Got you.
And you now sew these two seams, and each time you leave, how much in the middle?
Half an
inch, well done.
Is it either side of the seam?
Yes,
or,
no, you can't sew across. You have to leave a gap.
Got you.
Frequently when...
Don't forget the cataclysmic asterisk, will you? I've written that down.
Well, at least I could say
Is that
it.
in the pattern, Jen?
No.
No.
People would think I'd gone even more loopy if I had a cataclysmic asterisk.
Jan says, good morning, Jenny. I miss my trips to Emsworth.
Oh, I know which Jan that is. Yes, morning, Jan.
Sarah says, morning, Stuart, and all from the English Riviera. Oh, one of my favourite parts of the country. And Sue says, when Stuart and John together, they're the hinge and bracket of sewing. I'm used to that. But I do rather love the Prince Charming and fairy godmother of quilting. The godmother of quilting makes you sound like mafia.
Does, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Don't mess with Jenny, you'll end up sleeping with the fishes.
Don't think I'm that bad. Right, so having done that, you may now open it up.
Amazing. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Look, it's like such clever techniques, Jenny.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's a known technique. Now, the thing that one needs to be aware of
We've still got that opening in the centre.
You need to have that opening, because if you don't, this won't lie flat. And then what I would suggest you do is you give it a jolly good press, you just iron it, and if you iron these seams open and flat, they'll sort of just spiral round in the middle.
Sure.
When you've done that, you take your remaining 4 squares, one goes onto each of the 4 corners, one goes on there, and one goes on there, and one goes on there. Base them on, tack them on, and then when they've all been held in place, everything will roll back, and that's how you get the effect you've got here.
It's really clever,
And it's
Jenny.
simple, and it's just understanding this, leaving the gap in the middle. So what you've done is you've trapped all 4 sides of that square, and when you see the principle, you could do this with any sized square you like,
Totally.
in any junction of 4 seams. They don't have to be squares. It's just a technique. It's a fairly classic technique, but it's a good way of doing it.
Brilliant
All right?
stuff. Absolutely brilliant
So
stuff.
that's that.
And remember, in the pattern, you've actually got 6 different 6-inch technique panels, if you like, to learn. Oh, that is superb. Look at this one here. This is like a gift, isn't it? Like the top of a gift box.
Yes, it's called Crossing Over the Tucks, and one of my ideas. So what would happen, because you asked about, was it concertinaed?
Look at all of these. This is all, if it was 6 techniques for $9.99, no bag, no nothing else, just here's 6 techniques, I'd be like, take my money. But you're also getting the pattern for the 2 different ends, and you get the pattern for the all-over bag as well. I mean, run, don't walk. You know what I mean? It's brilliant.
Yes, thank
It's
you.
brilliant.
Thank you. So you wanted to know how I managed to make the patterns, the side pockets, sort of bulgy.
Yes.
Right. Well, having made your various panels up, you can arrange them in any which way you happen to like.
Yep.
So no,
Can we just
haven't-
take the- oh, you
no,
want
I
those? I'll take that away.
We'll take
Right.
that away. So I would then put them onto wadding, or you could use the bosal, it matters not. But you could use up all your scraps of wadding. And remember, you can always join wadding together with a zigzag across the middle butted.
Yep.
Once they're on the wadding, then using the ordinary press foot, you do not have to put the walking foot on. You can just do lines of stitch around, etc., etc.
You know, when you sew back your curved edges, do you do that on wadding or off just the fabric?
You can do either or.
Okay.
Sometimes I will do it on the fabric, sometimes I'll do it on the wadding.
Okay.
On this one, I actually did it on the wadding. And I used the little wee blind hem stitch because this was done on a bonina. But if I had the brother I've got here, I'd use the applique stitch, which is number, where are we? 46, 50 or 51.
Like a little blanket stitch,
No.
that'd be lovely.
Yes, it's got slightly more stitches in between. And the idea is that the straight part of the stitch will go without, and the wee little bite just catches the edge, because I don't do hand sewing. Anyway, put them onto a piece of fluff, do your quilting, stitch around the outside edge to retain it onto the fluff, and trim any excess fluff back. You then need some strips of fabric, which go in between, and there were some strips of fabric there. They are there.
So this is almost like you're sashing
Yes,
between
very
your
much
blocks.
so. So sashing goes in between these two pieces. There should be two bits there. There's only one bit, there's the other bit there. And a slightly smaller piece goes on the end. Then you have one long strip, which actually isn't wadded. And the reason for that is, if I'd wadded that, and if I'd wadded these, it wouldn't fold so well. So this is not wadded, so don't think, oh my goodness me. When you've joined all those together and added the bottom strip, you then take the remainder of the lining, which is stitched along the top here, and then folded up and over.
So that's your lining.
That's your lining,
Gorgeous.
which will give you the effect you've got. Move everything out of the way.
Now I'll take it away.
Now, which will give you the effect you've got here. So this is the lining. It's not a sort of, it gives you a sort of faux piping along the edge.
Oh, nice.
I'd be inclined to stitch along here, just in the ditch if you can, and if you can't, we'll do a fancy stitch along there. And then how you got it to have that concertina effect is I draw lines using a chalk marker.
Oh, so first of all, I noticed this is much longer than this. This is how we get.
Yes, that's it.
Starting to make
And
sense.
then basically what will happen is you'll stitch it on the lines here. Let's put a pin in it. Up the other way. And the idea when you're stitching is to start at the bottom, go to the top and back. So your thread beginnings and endings are here, and it can't undo quite so much. So stitch it on the lines. There we go. And one there. I don't need those at the moment. Put it at the back there. Line it up. Bear in mind you've got 1/2 inch seam allowance when finishing this bag off, and the reason for a bigger seam allowance is simply because you've got lots and lots and lots of layers of fabric, and a little bit bigger seam allowance works. What happens here is you do basically a box pleat.
Gotcha.
All right? And if you do a box pleat, that's what gives it the bag.
Fulsome pockets.
Yes, yes, which
Which
works
you can then
really
fill
well.
with stuff.
Yes.
It's brilliant. Absolutely
The
fab.
lining's done very simply. It's the ordinary lining, you know, where you cut 2 holes, 2 squares out of the corners and put it together. So it works an absolute treat. So tucked up tote, just say it carefully.
Very, very clever oodles of techniques in one pattern. Absolutely flying out. Remember, there are 2 options on the pattern. You can go physical or digital, but I've also got 2 beautiful kits. The green version that Jenny was just working with then, really, really popular. This is like tropical Amazonian tree frog version.
Very much so.
Love it. Really clever. All right, £32.99 for the kit. This includes the lining, or you could go with the original, which is really sort of pretty, kind of wisteria colours. Gentle, but still vibrant. And you get your pattern as well. Just add in some Boselina form, 1 package.
Yes, and those metallic clips,
Oh,
which you didn't mention.
absolutely. Let's mention those really quickly while we're here. So if you want to grab yourself, this is a pack of 5 silver-coloured magnetic snaps for £9.99. You get the 2 parts. Value. Get your 2 parts. You can pay £2.99 each for these. You get your 2 parts plus your washers, 5 sets for £9.99. Yeah, great buy. Stash up. We've got loads actually.
Can I add a top tip with that?
Please.
When you have pushed the clips through the fabric, rather than pulling away from the fabric, if you get a little bit of milk bottle carton, the side of it, and make 2 small holes of it and push the clips through your outer fabric, put the bit of milk bottle carton on the clips, and then close them, and close them inwards, not outwards, because if you go outwards, they're going to...
It's like a plastic milk carton.
Yes, you know, the ones we buy from the supermarket. And that works as a really good sort of extra bit of stabiliser. Yes.
Great tip.
Washable.
Yeah, wash it first. What's that funny smell? Right, now I've got 2 more projects from Jenny. I'm going to introduce them both now. The first one is called Daisy Delight. Now I've got a finished sample here. This is 1 block. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. And 3-dimensional. Let's start with that colourway. So you're getting the pattern, and you can see there on the front, you could do 1, make it into a wall hanging. You could do 9 together to make a quilt or a wall hanging. Your kit is enough to make your 26-inch square wall hanging. And so you get your pattern, and then Jenny's used our beautiful mottled blenders. You get 1 metre of the green. You get 1/2 metre of the sunflower yellow and 1/2 metre, I think it is 1/2 metre, of the orange. Okay, for £24.99. Bargain.
It's incredibly good, and it's lovely fabric.
Beautiful, yeah.
Really, really impressed with the fabric.
Yeah. I'm just going to grab the project again just to show you, because I do think that's so clever. Lots of different techniques, all manipulated, folded fabric. Super clever. Just absolutely beautiful. £24.99 for the kit. All right. Now I've got a second colourway. This is beautiful. So this one is, you've got the cream solid. Oh no, it is a mottle, beg your pardon. You've got 1 metre of the navy.
And that would be the background.
That's your background colour. Oh, so that's really going to pop.
Yes. Oh, it's lovely, with the yellow on top as the petals.
Yes. Beautiful. So, background, petals.
Inserts.
And then the inserts. Yeah, lovely. £24.99. Again, that one's in the lead, actually.
I thought that was superb.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got the demo for that here.
Gorgeous. Angela's messaged in. She says, morning, Stuart and the team, from the middle of a little rocky North Sea.
Good Lord.
Are you in a dinghy? Or are you on the John Scott cruise? Hillary's message, she says, morning, Stuart and Jenny. I'm watching you from Gino de Campo, it's a camper van, in Llandudno. I've got a new TV in the van, so I can now watch Sewing Street. Happy days. Indeed they are. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, you can. This is the physical pattern. Beautiful. We've got some other images for Daisy Delight, actually, that Jenny sent us. Look at these.
Right, so that's the quilt that's featured on the front. There. Come on, keep going, because I've sent you 4, because there's a funny story about one of them. Right, now this is one which has a strange name. Now, just keep that in your minds for the moment.
That's lush.
That wants to come, in fact, after the one that is the bowl of flowers that looks a bit like the Van Gogh painting. So let's go to that one, this frantic hunt around. Right, okay. So if you look at that, that is something like 72 inches, something like that square. It's all tucked and twiddled. The only applique is the centre of the flowers. I put this into Festival of Quilts back in 2000 and something. And I hadn't appreciated that the judges gave you their comments. Anyway, I came back from where I was teaching, South Africa or somewhere. Quilt had come back, unwrapped the quilt, and out falls the judges' comments. And one of the judges' comments was, it was a bold effort, which I was fairly annoyed at, because they hadn't realised that actual fact it's a brand new way of piecing. It was all pieced apart from the centres. So the next year, and if we go back a slide to that first one, the one with the black background, The next year, no, not that one,
No, the
forward
other-
one,
the
the other
other-
one.
that
That's
was
it.
that one.
So the next year I entered a second one, considerably smaller, and its title was Bold Effort 2.
I love it. I love it. I don't know if you picked up, Jenny, earlier on when we were prepping, and I said to you, "Oh, that's a bold effort." Did you hear me say that?
No.
Because I remember that story from Jenny's talk, and it's tickled me. That sort of, slightly underhand comment. It's like,
I'm now kinder when I judge. I don't put anything nasty at all.
Brill. Okay, pattern. This is physical pattern, absolutely flying out. £9.99. Again, this is not 2 sides of A4. This is an extensive, detailed pattern with loads and loads of techniques, loads of information, and of course, years and years and years of Jenny's experience, which she condensed into every pattern. Yeah, it's a lot of experience. You've done these techniques, you've created these techniques, and you're passing them on.
Yes, well, and I think the lovely thing is, and what I want to do is, very often there's an underlying thing behind it. It will do this if you do that. And then you can play with it. You can expand it, you can make it smaller, you can make it bigger, because the underlying technique is the same. The size you do it, the colour you do it, the fabric you do it, where you put it, even if it's a bold effort, is entirely and utterly up to you.
Now, our last pattern from Jenny in this set. Oh, sorry. Digital pattern. It's £9.99. So this again is the Daisy Delight. It's a bold effort. Oh, it's awful. It's like saying good try.
Yes, I know.
Good try, Jenny.
I took it like that.
Yeah,
I know who the
yeah.
judge was, and one day I shall trip her up.
Oh.
Metaphorically, of course.
Oh, now if that happens, Jenny, then we're coming straight for you. £9.99 for the digital pattern, and then you can download it and get straight on. Right, now we're gonna do a demo of that, but we've got another pattern from Jenny, again brand new for us here. It's called Cosmic Happening. Here is the quilt, fabulous. And then look here. Now I want to get this. Is there a right way up?
Nope.
Nope. Perfect. Great. Made for me then. Gorgeous. Here is Cosmic Happening. Here is Cosmic Happening. Now you can do a 1-block wall hanging. You can do a 9-block quilt. It's
Right.
all in the pattern like that.
Here
Yeah.
again is another picture of what I sent, because foolishly, I don't know what I did this morning. I forgot to pick up the bag with the quilts in it, and my makeup, and my shoes.
What time did you leave home this morning?
About 3:20.
See, that'll be why.
Yes.
That'll
yes,
do it.
Yes.
Yeah. We're grateful that you got yourself out of the house. The rest is icing on the cake. Right, let me show you the fabric kit. So there's only one kit, and it's to reproduce this one right here. So you've got, again, beautiful batik. Do you like working with batik?
I do, very much so, because they do display the texture very well.
Yep.
And of course, you haven't got to worry which side's up, because they're usually just single-sided.
Very true.
Great. I love the orange, because I adore orange, and the orange and purple go together. So, I mean, Jess chose these fabrics, so that one isn't a batik, the orange.
Right.
But the other two are. And they just work remarkably well.
Yeah, love that combination. It's absolutely beautiful. You get 2.5 metres in total, which is plenty to make this wall hanging, which is 31 inches square. So really good size. Learn whole new techniques, and there are various techniques within this project, and you really will make something different and something to be proud of. Create your own bold effort. I think it's fabulous. Pattern on its own, if you want. Pattern on its own. Physical pattern first. This has definitely got something cosmic, something stellar about it. £9.99 for the pattern. Simple to cut, easy to piece, music to my ears.
And I have to compliment you, Sachi, butting in. Those patterns are remarkably beautifully printed.
Do a good job, don't we?
Don't they do
Yeah.
a jolly
Yeah.
good job, that?
Yeah.
I was really, really impressed by the quality of the
Yeah.
printing, the layout, everything.
Nice and sturdy too.
Yep.
That's the physical pattern. If you want the digital pattern, we will put those details up. Here they come. Perfect. This is the digital pattern. Great. Please, could we have a demo of Daisy Delight?
You can have a demo of Daisy Delight with pleasure.
Thank you. And this is the blue and
This
yellow
is the blue
colourway.
and yellow version.
Nice.
Right. Are you going to come into my...
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Would you like to? Okie dokie. So the reason for giving you a metre of the navy is the pattern was worked on a 22-inch square. You can actually do it on a smaller square if you prefer. You could do it on a much bigger square. And you will need the template. Now, I have numbered my template. You can choose to number it or not. Good idea to press the fabric in half and in half again so you can find the centre. And the template for Daisy Delight gets stuck in the middle. And if you treat the template as a clock face, I'd have one where one is on the clock face. And then you find your masking tape. Appear over the top of your
Jenny,
glasses.
could you make that template out of freezer paper and iron it on? I only say that because freezer paper is our early bird today.
Is it? It would probably not be necessary, but you could if you wanted to.
Okay.
You can just photocopy. I mean, once you've got the one template, you can use it forever and ever and ever. Notice I've used little bits of masking tape between the lines. Okay. Having done that, ideally, we do have a long ruler on the show. The best thing to do is to draw the lines on it and then cut it. So putting your ruler on one of the lines on the template, you are going to draw lines right the way across the fabric.
Oh, what a clever template for drawing the lines. That's genius.
Okay, so we will have the triangle back again. It was, I think, in June when I come back. Because this does your angles, your 60 degree, your 45 degrees. It does your half square triangles, including the seam allowance. Right, you will draw lines right the way across the entire thing. Okay, I'm not going to do any more than that. You will then number the sections. Okay, a bit of masking tape in the middle. Do not put it too near the edge, because if you do, you'll sew through it, and it's the right so-and-so to get out.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah, right. Just me draw these last two lines in as well.
Morning, Christine. She says, hi, everyone. Lovely to see you back again. I think that's you, Jenny.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm here all
Thank
the
you, Christine.
time.
Right. So lines all the way across the entire thing. Number every section. Do not use a pen that is likely to vanish in 2 or 3 hours or get removed when you accidentally iron it, because you'll lose the numbers. Draw around the template in the middle. Okay, right around the entire thing. And then you get your rotary cutter and you cut it up. Okay,
Oh,
so
do you cut the
on-
fabric up?
Cut the fabric up. You cut on every single line. And when you've cut on every single line, you then cut round and cut the middle out, okay?
Okay.
I forgot to number
I was
it.
not expecting this. How do you even start coming up with these patterns, Jenny?
Well, this came from actually a tucked-up circle, because a tucked-up circle, that's 5, that's 6, will lie flat, providing you make every tuck the same size. So it occurred to me, if you took a piece of fabric and cut it into sections, it will lie flat, providing you sew the sections back together again with exactly the same seam allowance, which is what you do. So then you will end up with, leave that out of the way, a whole load of pieces, carefully numbered, 1 through to 12, and a circle from the middle.
Brill.
Which you can keep for later.
Okay, you
will-
need that.
Yes, it's not a bad idea to stabilise the middle. You will then have 12 petals, which come from 5 3/4 inch squares. Really complicated, this, because you're going to fold the petal in half, right side on the inside, and sew down one of the sides. 1/4 inch seam allowance would be ideal.
Okay.
When you stitch down one of the sides, before you turn it through, I suggest you nip the point off the seam there. And I'd quite like to press the back seam open and flat, simply because otherwise it gets a bit lumpy bumpy. So with the iron, be a little careful when you're ironing not to put too many creases there, because you don't really want creases there.
So like a mini iron or travel
Yes,
iron.
fine. You just don't iron the what sits out of it. When you've done that, turn it through and poke the end out, preferably not with a pen, but I've not got my bamboo pointer with me.
Do as
so-
I say, not as I do.
Quite absolutely. I think my students all do that. No, do as I say, don't do what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Having poked the end out, it's going to look something like this. And don't worry about that. You can pick that out 10 years down the line if you can be bothered. How it goes together is, if I put some of these pieces back, I tend to see them a bit like, it's sort of, you'll see in a minute, there's a hole in the middle, okay? We've now got a hole in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to insert this so that the longest edge, the sloping edge, is going towards the hole in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pretend it's a lake.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have point of this towards the lake. Now, you know it's the right way round because if you were, say, skiing or walking down the mountain, you could come gently down the mountain and go into the water.
Mm-hmm.
If you inadvertently put it round this way, there's no coming gently
It's just
down
a
the
sheer
mountain.
drop.
It's instant death.
You'd be jam sponge at the bottom of it all.
Totally. So please have it that way. So
My
we're
friend, I've got to tell you this story, Jenny, you'll like this. My friend Maxine once we were at a picnic at Cannon Hill Park
Yes.
in Birmingham, and I don't even think any drink had been taken, but Maxine's always good for a laugh, and she decided she wanted to roll down the slope, okay, it's a bit of a sloping in the Botanical Gardens, it was actually, in Edgbaston. And she decided to roll down the slope. So she thought this was hilarious fun. So she lay on her side, rolled down the slope all the way down, squealing as she did, landed at the feet of a bride and groom having their wedding photographs taken, which they then did with her at their feet.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Where it can go wrong is if you can't count. Now, bear in mind the numbers went round like the clock face. So 3 comes before 4, because the problem with 3 and 4 is they fit there, but they also fit there.
Got you.
Okay, but if you've got a funny shape that is not
Which
either
I
part of
have.
a corner, it's all those chocolate wotsits you're eating, then beware. So the numbers go like the clock. Right, point to the pond, the lake, other one on top. It's the oddie on the top.
Yeah.
And you will stitch. So just let me do a couple, because then I can show you what
Sure.
happens. Right, so 1/4 inch seam allowance, but your seam allowance actually doesn't matter. It needs to be consistent.
It's got to be the same for everyone.
It's got to be the same for everyone. And right, so straight down this one. Don't forget you can chain piece, so prepare them all, remembering, point to the pond.
Oh, I'm not clever enough to do that, Jenny. I'd have to do one and then put it back where it went.
Or do you
I
want
don't know
top?
how people do that, stack the whole lot up and do them in one go.
I think it depends on how often you've done it, I suppose.
True. Oh, I know lots of people can. I just know my own limitations, and that's definitely one I've never managed to master.
Right, down there.
But you can do whatever works for you.
Yes, totally. Right, stick on a little scrap there. So when you've done 6 sets of 2, and please do 6 sets of 2, do what it says in the pattern. You know, I've been around for a wee while, I know what I'm doing sometimes, occasionally. Never on Wednesdays though. Right, you'll then join the 6 sets of 2 into 3 sets of 4. So I'll join 1 and 2 to 3 and 4, and 5 and 6 to 7 and 8, and 9 and 10 to 11 and 12, and then you join them together. What you don't want to do is keep building on, because you'll end up with a very heavy piece and one sort of waffy piece at the end, and it could stretch. So there's 1 and 2, there's 3 and 4. Take another shape, it will go exactly the same, remembering we don't want instant death, that goes on top. Pin the layers together, or you can use quilt clips, whatever pleases you, underneath the machine. And so you're going to do 3 sections of 4.
It's totally different, isn't it? If you're used to doing kind of patchwork and quilting with half-square triangles and flying geese, this is transferable skills, but totally different. Different experience, a real sort of ta-da moment. Not even at the end, you definitely get it at the end, but along the way, it's like, oh, I get it now. Look at this.
Right.
It's the Sydney Opera House.
Yes, what happens then is when you've done all 12, is if you lift this up and grab hold of the sides, it will go forwards, like a mouth. What do you think of the show so far? Rubbish, okay?
Steady on, everyone's a critic.
And then open it out, and so that will make your petals. Where's the real thing gone to?
Oh, I'll go and grab that.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. And there are the petals. Now, the great thing about these petals is that the edges of the petals round here, of course, are on the bias, so they will roll back in arc shape. So when you've done them all, you'll be able to roll back these and hold them together, and you get a secondary petal. But if you didn't...
This is beautiful, the way you've done this, I
It
love.
just works. And if you didn't fancy that, there's no reason why you couldn't have left that forward, you couldn't fold the sides in, you couldn't play with it. You know, it's a shape. What you choose to do with it, where you choose to go with it, is entirely and utterly up to you. You know, it's a piece in a seam. There's no raw edges. You can twist it, roll it over, do what you like with it. And providing you have sewn those 12 sections together with the same seam, it will lie flat.
It will lie flat
It
because
will.
you tell it
It
to.
will. What I would suggest you do, and it's in the pattern, is when you've got the 12 together, is stabilise the middle, and that's why I'd put that underneath.
Right.
And then you will need to make it a new centre, which will cover up the fact that maybe it's not quite as flat in the middle as you
Which
thought
is
it might be.
fine.
Absolutely fine. Hey,
We
come
live in
on.
the real world.
We do indeed. So that's your Daisy Delight. It's the cutting up of a background square into X amount of pieces, sewing them
Well, I
together.
think that's jolly
with
clever.
the
It's
bold
jolly
effort.
clever, isn't it? No, it is jolly clever. I've always looked at what you do and thought, how do you come up with those ideas? But I suppose part of it is playing.
It's playing. It is purely and utterly play. The other little thing to show you is the tucked-in pokey bits here, which come from a square. Now, this is square way of folding the square wants to be in half, making a triangle,
Yep.
and then you bring the point of the triangle to the
Lovely.
corner and the point of the triangle to the corner, because the junction there is nearly a right angle. Now, if you wouldn't mind holding that for a minute.
Will do.
If you were to do it this way, which is Somerset mitered or folded patch, which is into a rectangle, and fold over, that, unfortunately, would go in there, but you're going to waste an awful lot of material.
Yeah.
Now, that's Somerset or mitered. Have I got another one? No, but let me have the first one back. You hang on to that for a moment. Just so that people don't get confused, there's another way of folding a square, which is into a triangle and into a triangle again. Now, that's a prairie point, or something I use as trumpets, which I did in the Tucked-up Tote kit. It's the one that actually is, well, on the other head, is there. Because when you insert this into a seam and squash it, it makes a little kite shape.
Cute.
Now, this one and that one are exactly the same size, but they don't behave in the same way. And people get terribly confused. So that's Somerset, mitered or folded. That is a prairie point, and this is, I haven't got a clue. Sometimes I call it a baby in a basket because you can sort of fold its arms in again. It looks a bit like a sort of, you know...
Ow. Baby in a basket. Yes. I love it. I love it.
Okay, right,
Brilliant.
right,
Now
okay.
we've got a whole nother project
Yes.
to demo, and we've got 10 minutes to do it in.
Oh,
Can
we do
be
it really
done,
quickly?
Jennie Rayment?
I should think so, if we move all the bits out the way, PDQ.
I think so. Cosmic happening. It's time for a cosmic happening. I'm going to pop back to my desk for a second.
You go
and
back
just
to your
show you
desk
the
for a
project
second.
again. There's one kit. You get the pattern. I've just lost my screen, by the way, in front of me. You get your fabrics, 2.5 meters of fabric. All right. You also get your pattern, Cosmic Happening. And look at this. Now, this is the 31-inch square wall hanging. Now, you could make that up like that. You could do it as like a floor cushion. That would be really cool. But, of course, within your pattern, you could do a 9-block. And you can move the sort of like starbursts around to create all this fabulous movement. Great detail around the outside edge as well. That is cosmic. I love it. Right, $34.99 for the kit. If you want the pattern on its own, you can have a physical copy, you can have a digital copy, and then $9.99 each. Right, Jennie, over
Right,
to you.
over to me. Right, Cosmic Happening will be formed from a large background square. It works on similar principle to the daisy. And you'll need a circle for your cosmic-y bit, the starry thing. If you take a fairly large square and fold it in half and in half again, and then fold it diagonally, now quite a good idea is when you fold it diagonally, bring one fold to one side and one fold to t'other, slightly more accurate. Put it in front of you with the folds facing your front, okay? F for folds, F for facing, F for front. Measuring the length of the side that is nearest to you, which happens to be about 8 inches, keeping the ruler on the pointy end, a bit like my nose, sharp. You are going to measure the same distance, put a little mark, same distance, put a little mark, same distance, put a little mark. This is not vital, same distance, put a little mark. You will then cut through all those little marks and lo and behold, providing you folded it properly, you will end up with a circle. If you don't fold it properly, you will end up with 4 quarter circles and have to start again.
Yes, of course. Ta-da! Look!
Right, there is your circle. Place it onto the fabric in the middle. Now, you have a template. If you wanted to have all the spines of your cosmic-y thing exactly the same, and may I just retrieve
Yeah, of course.
it? Lovely, thank you. Okay, super. If you want to have them all exactly the same, you put the circle in the middle. But if you want it off centre,
Which
you
I love.
move the circle to wherever you like on the fabric. It doesn't matter, because it's the same principle. As long as you sew the pieces back together again with the same seam, it will lie flat. Again, I'd put it with number 1 where clock face is, etc., and just stick it in place. Where's the end of this? And you can use this template forever, you know, but make sure that your bits of... I'm only going to cut up a little bit of this because we've not got much time. Same sort of thing, you'll rule lines. Very quickly rule a line or 2. And you're going to cut both pieces up together, all right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they're
You're going to slice through all layers? Yes.
Yes, the whole blooming lot.
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to do that little bit. You will do the whole lot. When you've done that, you need to number it all. Now, you can number the outsidey bits in the middle here, but the insidey bits, it's just as easy to write with some form of a pen the numbers in the corner. So that's number 6. I can put number 6 there, because this will actually get covered up.
Would you put that in the seam allowance?
It will be in the seam allowance, yeah. No, you could use a friction pen if you wanted. It wouldn't matter what you did this particular thing with.
Okay.
So let's just do that bit there. And one more line. Right, having done lines all the way along the entire thing, you cut it up. Oops, daisy. I thought I had it all cut up, but I don't think I had enough fabric to do all of the stage samples. So out your ruler and cut the whole thing up. It's all in the pattern, don't panic.
All in the pattern.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, you're going to learn so much from any of Jenny's patterns, so much. I'm actually standing here thinking, I need to come along to your next workshop, Jennie Rayment, because it's fascinating. Are you teaching classes at Festival of Quilts?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I might need to sneak off my stand
Right.
for a couple of hours.
Having cut it all up, what I tend to do then is I actually then subdivide all these pieces into odd sections and even sections. But just to show you quickly how it actually works, is we take our circly bits and they all get pressed directly in half with the right side on the outside. What happens then is we join the pieces back together again with the relevant number part of the circle in the seam. And this time, when you put the circle bit on, you make sure that the pointy bit goes to the edge of that hole. The other end, the shorter end, comes to the outside edge, because basically what you've done is you turn the circle pieces round. Now, top tip, because of the way we had to cut it out and because of the seams, and don't worry about the mathematics, this, if you were to do 1/4 of an inch, you're going to have a tiny weeny bit sticking out, so we have to
Raw edge.
jiggle him in the seam.
Got you.
So point to the pond, jiggle him in the seam, and it'll be the odd number on the top, oddie on the top. And you will sew all the way down here using an accurate seam allowance. Don't really mind what it is, but it will be the same, won't
So you
it?
just have to taper that bit off so you don't get a raw edge.
Yes, you
showing.
just
That
got to
makes
shift it out a
sense.
bit.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how much you shift it out. What was the interesting thing about this is when I first came up with the idea, I had my centre bang in the middle. And I was teaching the class, and some gentleman came to pick his wife up, and he said, "Why is the middle in the middle?" And I thought, hang on, it doesn't have to be in the middle. The centre pattern can be anywhere you like, because the whole thing works from radiating out from that point in the very centre.
Yes, a point.
A point, where you put it. If you go too near the edge, you'll get really tiny, weeny little bits.
Sure.
Basically what will happen is you'll stitch all of these bits together, and you should end up with something that looks a bit like this one.
Ooh. It's rather cool in itself, isn't it?
In actual fact, it wouldn't matter if you threw all the circle pieces up in the air and stitched them in willy-nilly, as long as you put the background back together exactly as it was cut out, it will lie flat.
Great.
You're going to have a hole in the middle, so you need some form of circle. And
Jenny, there's a hole in your patchwork.
in my patchwork. You're going to need some circles. Maybe you've got a sheet of circles, maybe you've got a small plate. And what I tend to do is cut a piece of cardboard out the right size. And Stuart probably won't like this because it's an old-fashioned way of doing it.
I love old school.
And I would
Nothing
then...
rotten about me.
No, I'd use the orange, gather over cut a piece of fabric out, slightly bigger, gather it, stick it in the middle there. When it's been stuck in the middle and stitched down, that is when I would turn the whole thing over and cut all the gubbins out from the back, because you've got quite a lot of rubbish there. and that will keep it a little bit flatter. And then once it's been stitched down, top tip, remove the masking tape before you press it. And one other top tip, this doesn't happen very often, people don't think about it. When you put a middle on a design, make sure that the grain lines on the middle, the weave, is parallel with the weave on the background. Because if you put it squiffy, it shows, because you can see them sort of all going off to the side. Try and make sure that the weave on here is parallel with the weave there. Looks so much better, in my opinion. Right, stitch it on, remove the gubbins from the back, and then you can simply just twist these. So that's how you do the cosmic, and again, it's all in the pattern, but it has an edging, and very quickly the edging, because you can see the edging, what's here. And this is basically flying geese that are done the textured way. For that, you need 2 squares and 1 rectangle, and you take the rectangle and you fold the rectangle in half with the right side on the outside, goes on there, and watch. The fold of the rectangle has to be 1/4 inch away from one side of the square, because if not, it won't be F for fold, it'll be F for something else. I tend to put a pin in it to hold the fold there. Other square goes on top, right sides together, you stitch down that edge, there it is, open it out, lift up my little rectangle, and he will open and form a triangle. And basically, the border is a series of these triangles stitched together. So if you take another one, which is here, there we go, they get stitched together. There we are, opened up, and sewn together. And in between here, did I cut it? I put a smaller rectangle. Let's just pretend this is a smaller rectangle. Oh, I'll use a bit off here. This is just pretense, because I obviously didn't cut it. It's a very small rectangle. So in between, I put another rectangle there, so that when you've actually stitched it together, he will open up and form a little triangle in the middle, which will give you the effect like what we've got here.
Yes.
And of course, then you can roll the edges. And why does it roll? Because these sides are on the bias, and anything that's on the bias rolls.
Yes. Very, very clever. Thank you, Jennie.
It's all in the pattern.
Amazing, and so much packed into the hour. Brilliant stuff. Thank you. We've got another hour with Jennie at 11 o'clock. So much more. And actually, we've got 4 of Jennie's books. And if you think there's a lot of technique and a lot of tips in one pattern, imagine having a whole book from Jennie, or all 4 of them. So maybe shop ahead and get one of those between now and 11 o'clock. Thank you so much, Jennie. Amazing.
Pleasure.
Right, everything's selling fast. Check out your baskets. 3 different projects. What are you going to go for? All right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we're going to be doing dressmaking. Now, we are doing, first of all, the most gorgeous caftan style top. There's a physical pattern, but there's also a digital download. Have you checked it out yet? Do it in the break. See you after this.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside, and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hi there, everybody. I've got another fabulous guest this hour with me. It's Fiona Hesford, otherwise known as Sewgirl. Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Always
Great
lovely
to see you.
Yeah,
It's lovely to
always
have you back. And I was thinking the other day, It has been ages. It's been over a year since
I can't
you
even
and I
remember
have
the
been
last time we met. I think we were on a similar stand next to each other, weren't we?
Festival of Quilts was
And
the last time
yours
we were
was
actually in the
mobbed.
same vicinity. Yours was mobbed too.
Yeah, we were busy, but not as busy as you.
Ah, bless you. It's really good to have your company.
Yeah,
We've got a brand new pattern today, beautifully modelled by Fiona, and a great one on the mannequin too.
Yeah.
This is a really beautiful, sort of almost like caftan style top, isn't it?
Yeah, do you know that film, Hideous Kinky? I love that film. It's one of my favourite films. And that whole Morocco, I think I really want to go to Morocco, actually.
Gorgeous.
So I've made a top instead.
Yeah, beautiful.
But yes, I thought this was going to be quite a dressy top, actually, but I've been wearing it with jeans, and it really is nice.
Well, it's both, isn't it?
Yes, it's sort of very relaxed.
If you wore that with something like velvet wide leg trousers in a kind of glitzy fabric, that's totally red carpet.
Absolutely.
But like you say, you could make it in a broderie anglais.
Yes.
Couldn't you?
Although I do think it needs something with a bit of drape.
Bit of float.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
think a lightweight linen or a linen viscose
Very
or
nice.
a viscose or anything slinky, really.
Yeah.
If you're a beginner, I would probably err on the side of a cotton lawn, just because viscose can be a little bit more challenging, I would say, to work with. But, you know, there's a few tips I suggest, like laying a cloth on the table, putting a fabric on, cutting it out with, you know, obviously don't cut the fabric underneath, but, you know, just it stops it from slipping around.
And just in terms of styling, what sort of length sleeve, what sort of length hemline is this going to fit on the body?
What do you mean?
How long is it? How long are the sleeves?
Oh, well, it's quite a long top, so it covers the bottom.
Okay.
But you can have it as long as, you know, there are length lines on the pattern.
brill.
So you can shorten it if you like, if you lengthen it. The length measurements, the finished lengths are actually on the pattern. But I always think if you want to go shorter, you could always crib one of the other sizes length lines, couldn't you? So you could just cut to that length.
Gorgeous. Let's dive in then. So the pattern is from size 8 up to a size 30. All of those patterns in one pack. And it's $17.95 for the physical pattern, okay? So full-size pattern pieces in there, plus your instruction booklet, everything fully explained for $17.95. I think this could end up being a really sort of one that you hack, because I'm thinking longer length, shorter length, the sleeves you could do all sorts with.
Yeah, definitely. You can leave the sleeves off. And if you put a little tuck in the back of the armhole, you could put a bit of binding on the inside and make it sleeveless.
Nice.
I was going to write it into the pattern, but then I thought, no, I think this really, I want it to just be pure to the caftan.
Yeah.
But,
Absolutely
you know,
beautiful.
It's very easy to do that.
The physical pattern is absolutely flying out, Fiona.
Oh, great.
I think everyone's recognised this could be their summer wardrobe done and dusted.
It's a very
However, we've never done a digital download on a dressmaking pattern before. Fiona hasn't, we haven't. I haven't seen a digital download pattern, but we've got it of the Nina top. And wait till you see the price. This is the Now, personally, I think that I'm flabbergasted.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
Brilliant.
well, yes, I mean, it's a pretty good price. I
It's a
think you
brilliant
can
price.
get PDFs a lot more than that actually online. So
Should we call it a special launch price?
I think
And then we
so.
don't ever have to do it again. I'm kidding. $9.95 though.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, you're going to print the pages off and you're going to tape them together and make up your pattern.
Yeah.
But what a brilliant price. $9.95 for the digital download. And better than that, you could buy it and print it off now and be making this top this afternoon.
That's right. It's if you really want to get on straight away with it.
Yeah.
Or if you live in faraway lands and the
That's true.
postage is quite high, obviously, if we want to go abroad. So, you know, that's a really great way of doing it too.
It's fantastic. So for a digital download, instant download, it is $9.95, but it's different item code. So make sure you pick the right one and ignore the bit where it says about 4.95 P&P. It doesn't apply for a digital download. Now that pattern is absolutely flying out. I will keep you posted. Obviously we can't sell out of the digital download, but just be aware, if you want the physical pattern, we do have limited numbers of the physical pattern. I'm old school, Fiona. I'll be honest with you. I'm a physical pattern.
Well, I do too, but I can see the advantage of having a PDF because if you wanted to do it, you know, I mean, I've made this top in 2 sizes for myself just to check, see what the size comes out as. Both fit me, but one's obviously a lot more relaxed, the other one's a little bit more fit. So if you wanted to do that, you'd have to trace it off onto from the hard copy pattern. Well, if you've got the download, you can just stick them together and cut them out, can't you?
Exactly.
And then you've got whatever
I suppose
size
you
you want.
can't lose a pattern piece, can you, when you can print it off again? I probably should go for digital downloads, Fiona, knowing me.
You'd print off just the little bit that you lost, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I would. Well, anyway, brilliant. I mean, so many different fabrics that you could use this for. I've got some lovely Indian, like, hand block printed fabric.
Would work well. Yes, a lightweight cotton
nice.
would be super.
Yeah.
Yes, or batik or something like that.
Really love the polka dots that you're wearing.
Polka dots. I mean, this is actually the toile I made. So when I always think it's great to do, you know, it was sort of quite an inexpensive fabric, but I thought, well, I'll make it up as a toile. But I ended up sort of a wearable toile.
With jeans, yeah, it's gorgeous.
It's great with jeans, yes. And on a summer's day, we've had some really lovely weather recently. I've been wafting around in this, keeping cool. So it's really good for
it's fab.
And holidays. I mean, it's a lovely holiday. It irons so beautifully, viscose. It's just so easy. So you know you can scrunch it up.
You iron for holidays?
Well, you can scrunch it up in your
Who are
bag,
you?
Can't you? And then when you get there, it's sort of 2 minutes to iron it. You know, it's not like linen or anything. But if you get linen, I would get a linen viscose or a linen viscose slub, something with a bit of interest. So that's always lovely.
Yeah. Beautiful.
It's got to have a bit of drape to it.
I've got to say, it's absolutely flying out. If you want the Nina physical pattern, please, please don't hang about. I don't want you to be disappointed. The digital is also flying out as expected. Romping, absolutely romping. Gorgeous. So flattering. I suspect this may be the only time you get it for $9.95. I think, yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Right, let me pop that to one side. Let's talk fabric. We've got some beautiful floral fabrics here. Now,
you've gone for our favourite first, haven't
yes,
you?
yes.
We love that one, don't we?
I just think it's the
that.
colour, the green. Just absolutely
Can I hold that
stunning.
up against me?
Oh, yes, please.
Because
yeah,
I just want to see what I look like in this, because I might get some of this myself. Although I've
$24.99 for the bundle.
It's going to sell out, isn't it?
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Pink and green is always so gorgeous. Isn't it? What flowers are those?
I mean, they make me think of water lilies, but the leaves are wrong.
Tulips when they're open.
Camellias?
No.
Who knows? A
I don't
fantasy
know.
flower.
Anyway, it's Chelsea.
It's giving
Flower.
me Gauguin.
It's Chelsea Flower Show, isn't it?
Yes,
Can you
it
imagine
is.
wafting around Chelsea Flower Show in this top?
More importantly, Fiona, it's our flower show week.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Eat your heart out, Chelsea.
I thought we did have rather a lot of flowers in the fabric collection, but that's why.
Wasn't by, mistake. That's right. That is beautiful. 3 meters there of viscose. Luscious, absolutely luscious. Now, another of our favourites, this I think was our Levi's favourite. Now, this reminds me of Clarice Cliff. It's the colours.
Oh, yeah, Clarice Cliff, of
It's
course.
the colours.
Yes.
Delicious.
Tropical, isn't it?
Looking. It is, it is. Just take me to an all-inclusive for a week.
Yeah, that in the Caribbean.
Leave me in the restaurant.
With a tan, that would be lovely.
Oh, what colour trousers would you wear with that?
See that with me with Worthing on Worthing Beach.
Totally. What colour trousers?
Well, I think that would go well with denim, don't
Yeah,
you? Or black.
like a
There's
French
a little bit of
navy.
black in there. Or why not go orange?
Yeah, beautiful.
Red.
Again, look at the price. It's an absolute steal, $24.99. Now, remember, these viscose bundles. They're suitable for so many different dressmaking patterns. So if you're not making the Nina, or you're making the Nina in one, but you want to stash one, wow, just grab these fabrics while you can. Right, next up, something similar, but perhaps a little bit more saturated pastels.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Lovely.
Yeah, that's a Chelsea Flower Show fabric, isn't it?
And it's such a cool fabric to wear, isn't it?
It really
feels
is.
cool.
It's really lovely to wear, and it's just, as I say, it's got a lovely drape.
Yeah. Yeah, the bundle quantities, by the way, are not huge by any means. Very, very limited stocks on all of these. Great for a pair of trousers.
Trousers as well. Yes, you could make a top and trouser set, couldn't you?
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
You might like the background colour of this one. I'm particularly taken. This is Ben's favourite.
Oh, yes, that's nice. Ben's got fantastic taste.
Ben has got great taste, in colours particularly.
I'm buttering him up now because he liked my top.
Yeah.
I have to say that viscose is breathable as well. So you know, you're not going. It's not like polyester where you feel like you're wearing a plastic bag. Viscose is actually more breathable than cotton. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So you will be nice and cool on a hot day in viscose.
Viscose is a natural fibre.
It's a natural fibre. It's made from cellulose fibres. Yes.
Oh, I should just mention as well, while we're wafting fabrics, you and I have an extra hour together at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're having an extra stitch on Facebook, and it'll be live. And we've got loads of patterns to share, haven't we? Lots of chat.
Lots of accessory patterns.
Yeah.
So that'd be nice. Yeah,
That's
we'll
at
have a good
2
old
o'clock
chat
on
that
Facebook.
program. A good old chinwag. So you must join us, everybody, because we don't want to be there on our own, do we?
Well, you're never alone with me. Now, next up, this is gorgeously soft and subtle. This, to me, is very kind of wedding-y.
Yes, quite dressy, isn't it? And also, I think if you've got like blonde hair, I think this would look lovely with, because there's sort of vanilla kind of tones in it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And that pale pink,
very
gorgeous.
soft
I
and
can imagine a
gentle.
lovely nail varnish in that pink colour and a lipstick to match.
I'm there.
You wouldn't know.
Completely there. A nude, a pink nude. You are naughty. Right, I've got 2 more fabrics. This again, very painterly, just lovely. It's colours. That's gorgeous.
So pretty.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It's like a painting, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's gentle, it's soft, and the colours are vibrant. $24.99. I love coral.
Yeah, it's very in this year, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so, yeah.
I'm not trendy at all, Fiona, so I never know what's in.
You're naturally trendy.
I just do my thing. I just do my thing.
Just hope for the best.
I've got nothing left. And then the last one, floral on a black background, which I think is always very smart. That's lovely.
Definitely with black, that one.
Oh, yeah. Black trousers or...
black linen, black viscose.
Black linen trousers would be gorgeous.
Some linen viscose would look nice.
Yeah.
Linen viscose slub is a really new fabric that's on the scene. I'm making a lot of things in that. And you could make a plain version of this if you wanted to, after you've made your floral. I can imagine a nice black one in black linen sort of slab. Be lovely, wouldn't it? Or
I am
navy.
also thinking, Fiona, that I love a nice flat neckline, because to me, to add either a braid, top-stitched braid along there, mitered down the centre, or even machine embroidery, a nice border around.
Yeah, you could
lots
do some
of
just sort of simple lines, couldn't you? Just to reflect the strings. That would be a lovely idea.
Yep. Gorgeous. Right, that's that, $24.99. Let's talk physical pattern. It's absolutely romping, $17.95. 50% of my stock is gone already.
No.
50% of the stock is gone.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Do you know, though, when I did this pattern, I put it on, and I always get a feeling, I don't know, it's really weird, but I get a strange feeling of like, people are going to love this.
This is lovely.
Because I love this, and I don't want to take this top off. I'm really attached to this. And when I get that feeling, I know people are going to like it.
Yeah, I totally
Sixth
agree.
sense,
Trust your
seventh sense,
instincts.
sixth sense. Yeah.
You know your customers too.
Yeah, maybe.
And I think as well, when you put a garment on and feel lovely in it, there is no greater confidence booster, is there?
You just feel a connection to it. You know, like it's always been. You know.
Well, I want to learn how to make one, please, Fiona.
Right.
Don't forget the digital version as well. $9.95. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Can I just quickly add that I've been really hard at work and made a video of the step-by-steps. I've made a little sort of, and that's on YouTube, and you can get it through my, so if you want a bit of extra help, there's the photo step-by-steps, but there's also a little video.
Amazing.
Right. Now I'm going to turn my iron on, and I'm just going to show you about the ties. Now, I'm sure by now we all know how to make ties. I'm not actually going to make one here because it is, you know, you will need to get your loop turner out, or you get a needle with a chunky needle with a soft end, and you fold over and press one side of your tie. And you do this exactly the same with so you've got two. You've got a tie, shoestring tie, and you've also got the little tabs. I don't know if you noticed the little tabs there. Originally, I was going to put some eyelets here, which you could use if you've got an eyelet machine. You might want to, but then I thought, well, not everyone's going to have an eyelet machine or want to do that. So I thought I'll put some little tabs in, and actually it was quite good fun doing it.
So kind of like rouleau loops.
They're rouleau loops, that's right. Now you want to fold over in half your ties or your tabs. It's exactly made in exactly the same way. Press them in half, and then we're going to sew a centimetre away from the raw edge, and you should have 1/4 of an inch left for your tube. Now you don't want it too wide and you don't want it too thin. If it's too thin, then it would be really tricky to turn it inside out. So you're going to sew all the way down here, leave a long end, tie it onto a chunky needle, snip the end so that you've got a little point at the end of your tube, and then feed the needle through the tube and out the other end. And then you can just about pull, and then it's done. So I've got one that I made here, and I've just turned it inside out. And there you see, I've got the long end, and I'm just literally pulling it through, and it suddenly goes, and you go, ah. Now, with the tabs, you don't sew down the short ends, but with this string, you do, with a shoestring tie. So one's obviously longer than the other. You're going to use it to lace up your top, and the other one you're going to use for your tabs. Now I've joined this one together, so I've got there we go. And then you can just turn under the little raw edge there in the centre.
So with that, you leave a gap in the middle for turning.
Yes. Whereas the other one, it's got a gap each end, so you can just turn it completely inside out. Anyway, so you've done your ties. So you've got one for your shoestring tie there. So I'm just going to trim off my little thread end. Now, of course, if you've got a loop turner, you could use that. But I always like to leave a thread end and then get my loop turner to grab onto the thread end and pull that through. I find that a lot easier than getting the loop turner into the fabric, because you can sort of ruin the fabric a bit. Now, with the tab, you've made a shorter piece, and give it a press, and then you're going to cut it into 2-inch pieces, and this is for the tabs. So there's one of my tabs there. I've cut 2 already. So I'm just going to use that as a guide, but if you want to, you could just use a ruler. And you need 6 of them.
Got you.
Now, there's a little bit extra, so, you know, if you make it a little bit longer, don't worry. You have got a little bit spare. So, but I haven't, so there you go.
How many patterns in baskets, please, Ben? Oh, pretty much all my remaining stock is in baskets. I think this pattern's going to sell out, Fiona.
Might have to come back.
We'll have you back any time. Will you come back at 2 o'clock for an extra stitch?
Yes. Normally I'm on that M40, but today I'll be upstairs in the studio.
Yeah.
Now we're going to put the
We'll
little...
get biscuits, Fiona, it'll be fun.
Will we get biscuits?
I think
Oh,
so.
Thank you. Champagne?
I think you're pushing it.
Now, with the tabs, we're going to... Now, it's easier to put it onto the facing rather than the top because the facing has been interfaced. Now, I like to use the soft interfacing for this, particularly if you're using viscose because otherwise it's a bit too rigid. You want it to keep it malleable. And on the template, you've got some little notches where you just mark. I've just marked them out with Sharpie pen, but you just sort of nick the edge. Now, this is just a little tip. I do mention this in the pattern, if I can find the end.
See it, it's there.
There. And it's obviously quilting tape. And cut yourself a length. And then we're just going to cut a little bit and we're going to put it at each, on the right side.
Ah, that's a cool use of that tape, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. I just thought, oh, doesn't that make that easy? Well, you'll
Works
see.
really well.
Yeah, so cut 3 little bits for each side. Now, you don't have to do this. You could, if you wanted to. Well, I like to use both of them, but you've got your little pegs here, your little quilting clips, so that's something you could use as well, just to hold your tabs in place. But I have to say, this holds them so much better. I'm just going to make that bit a little... Now, I
do love the detail of the lacing across the front because, you know, it's lovely on a summery top, isn't it, to have that sort of deeper neckline. But if you sort of don't like too much skin on show, having the lacing going across, you've still got that coolness, you've still got that neckline. But I don't know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought it would come
it's best of both.
I thought it would sort of come undone, but it doesn't actually. It sort of stays quite put. It stays put, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to pop one tab like that and then bend it round, and then we have about 1 centimetre overhanging. So that after we've stitched it on, we can just trim that down. Oops, just peeled that off. Let's just put that back on again. Now, you don't have to do this. You could, as I said, you could use quilting tips, clips, or you could...
Steady on, Fiona. Quick while you're ahead.
Can I just say a quick hello to all my family? They're all having a party at my
Without
mum's house.
you?
Well, I'm going there later.
Oh, that's okay.
We're even joined by my cousin from Australia tomorrow.
Fantastic.
So we're having, yes, so they're all there waiting for me later.
A special celebration?
So big hello, yes,
or...
come over from France, Liverpool. It's a big
Wow.
big sort of family meet-up, yes, and they'll all be sitting around the telly. They won't be sitting around the telly, they'll be yakking, right, you know.
I should hope they're all sitting around the telly watching. And where's the, did you say cousin from Australia?
Yes.
Whereabouts in Australia?
Sydney,
oh,
yes.
Lovely.
I'm over from Australia, yes. She's gone to Greece and she's on her way back. So my mum lives very near to Heathrow. So she's stopping off for a few hours and we're having a little lunch and, you know, a bit of an ease up.
Very nice. Where in Greece?
I don't know. I don't know.
Love Greece. Kefalonia.
Do you?
Gorgeous.
I've never been, actually.
Kefalonia's beautiful.
Is it?
You have to read Captain Corelli's Mandolin either
really?
before or while you're there.
Oh.
You'll fall in love. Gorgeous.
I saw a programme about somebody who mentioned that when they were there. I think it was someone's looking for their family. You know, one of those, who do you think you are?
Oh,
I'm sure it was that. Right, so you can see that I've done all my little tabs, aren't they cute?
Really cute.
And just to, hang on, that one's falling off, so let me just, I'm going to peg them as well, just to keep them well and truly there. And then we're going to stitch down close to the edge of the inside edge there, raw edge, just to hold that securely so that they don't fall off.
Fabulous.
Right, there we go.
So a little basting stitch.
Yeah, like
Great.
a machine sort of tacking.
Yes, the teacher I did my final teaching practice with when I trained as a teacher, she lent me Captain Corelli's mandolin. And she said to me, I mean, no pressure. She gave it to me and she went, read this book. She said, I think you'll love it. She said, if you don't absolutely love it, she said, then I probably don't think I'll be friends with you. And she meant it.
Yes, but she knew what she was talking about, though, didn't she?
But I did fall in love with it.
You did. Ah. Are you going to see the salt path when that comes out?
And what, sorry?
The salt path.
Oh, yes. And actually, my deputy, Joan, is booked to see it, I think, as soon as it comes out.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And I love Gillian Anderson. I think she's fantastic.
Yeah, she's terrific. Lady Deadlock.
Now you can see as I'm going, I'm just making sure that I've caught them all. Just make sure that they're not too, because you're going to have a seam allowance there, so you don't want to completely sew them. You need to have that loop visible after you've done your seam allowance. So. Right, there we go. That wasn't too bad, was it?
It's easy peasy. It was easy to watch.
Now, I'm not going to trim those down. I'll trim those at the end. Now, I'm going to make this slightly different to the pattern, just because it's less fabric for me to deal with, because if I have the back and the front together, then it's, be all over the place. So I'm just going to sew the front, if I can find it. Where is it? Here we are. I just love this fabric. It's gorgeous. Yeah. Right, so normally what you would do is you would attach the back facing to the front facing, sew it at the short shoulder seams, and then you would join the front and the back pieces as well at the shoulder seams. So what I'm going to do is, let me just turn that off in case I've fooled myself, is I'm going to sew the facing on, press it up, do the same for the back, and then sew the shoulder seam. So I sew the facing all in one.
So you could do it this way.
So you could do it this way. So I thought it might be quite nice to show a different way.
Totally agree.
So anyway, so we're going to pin this on. Now, I have to say,
I notice you've stay stitched
I have
around
stay
the
stitched
neckline.
around the neckline, yes, and I've done the same on the back neck too.
Why would you do that?
Now, this V is obviously on the cross grain. It's on the diagonal, and when you when you cut on things on a diagonal, it stretches it. So that's why when you do bias binding, it's got that give when you go around corners, because it's cut on the bias. Now this also is cut on the bias, this neckline, but you want to stabilize it, and so doing a line of stitching, it's just within the seam line, seam allowance. So I've done it about 1/4 inch away from the edge, because this top has a 1 centimetre seam allowance, so be careful with that. And now if you think, oh, I would prefer to have a 1.5 seam allowance, just add on 1/2 centimetre to all your edges. So it's quite easy.
Yeah.
And then sew 1.5. Right, so that's all on like that. Now I'm literally, I think in this case, I'm going to sort of sew just inside the, what's it called, the stay stitching.
Oh, just need to let you know, I've got one bundle of this gorgeous tulip fabric left. One bundle. It could be yours, Fiona.
It could.
Get
I'm
your
going
phone
to a
out
wedding
quick.
actually in August, so that could be it, couldn't it?
Do you want to run up to the call centre and just get your order in? Oh, it's awful, isn't it? I always see the things I want when I'm on air. Beautiful. Oh, it's gone. Well done if you got it. Perhaps Mark bought it for you. He might have been listening.
He probably did. Yeah.
We'll just show you the pattern again. I've got to tell you now, hundreds have checked out. Well done if you've got yours. I am down to my last, about 30%, less than 30% of my stock left. Amazing. Totally oversubscribed. There are 15 of you with this in your basket who will not get a copy of the pattern. But if you check out quickly, it doesn't have to be you that misses out. There is always the digital download version if you want, but if you want it all printed out, full size, just jump straight to the good stuff, then go for the physical pattern. Lots more of you checking out as I speak.
Now, sometimes when it comes to putting facings on V-necks, or any neckline, I would probably hand tack it on first, just because it makes it easier when you're sewing and it doesn't move around. So,
I was talking about this with a friend the other day, you know, that old mantra of pin, tack, sew.
yes.
It does work.
It does work. And some people say, oh, I wouldn't bother, but actually I really enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
I really enjoy hand tacking. It's slow stitching, isn't it?
Yeah.
It slows you down. It makes you enjoy what you're doing.
I'm not in such a hurry anymore.
Mm.
I was really in a hurry in my 20s with everything.
Me too. I know. I've changed. Have you changed?
Yeah.
We've changed.
Yeah. I enjoy the slower pace
Yes.
now and enjoying every step.
That's right. Now I've kind of sort of my telly sewing plus not tacking, it is a little bit wobbly. So please excuse me. I'm sure everybody else would do a much better job. Now I'm going to just trim down those little tab ends. We don't need those anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite good to have them because it gives you something to grab onto.
Yeah.
Now, very important to flag in camera there.
Brilliant.
So nick your V there, and I like to just nick it along the, you know, don't worry about the tab bits, but just in between, just give it a nick, and that will just ease that neckline out nicely.
Nick it, nick it. Do you remember French and Saunders? Nick it, nick it.
Do you know, Stuart, I don't remember that.
Don't you? Oh,
No,
it's
but-
brilliant. It's brilliant.
They're so great, aren't they? French soldiers.
I used to love it when they did like Hollywood movies, their version. So
Yes.
funny.
I liked their Madonna.
Oh.
Their
Yeah.
pointy bra.
Yeah.
It was great. Right, now, so once I've nicked it,
Nick it, nick it.
I'm going to press it upwards. Now my loops.
Oh, and there are the
my,
little
Well, my
loops.
loops, yeah, they could be a little bit more sticking out, but that's my stitching. But you get the general idea, don't
Well,
you?
pin tack sew, we both
I'm going
said
to
it.
have
It
to
really
redo
works.
this, yes.
It really works.
I'm going to have to redo this when I get back, so it's done a bit nicer. But anyway, it's tele-sewing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Do you know, I've just realised it's got a lovely bit of lavender in this.
Ever so pretty. Yes, I do think like Sewing Bee is responsible for making a lot of people think that they're supposed to be able to make a blouse or a pair of trousers in 3 hours. And in real life, we don't do that, do we?
No, and would we want to?
No.
You know, it's so stressful, isn't it?
Yeah. You take as long as you like over these processes.
Yes. Was it somebody else was saying to me they were doing something and it was like, oh, I can't remember, some programme. And I said, oh, did you enjoy it? And oh no, it was so stressful.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, well, this is the thing. I look at the Sewing Bee and I sort of think, well, you know, actually sewing should be, you know, should take time and do things nicely and well. So, but it doesn't give you that idea, does it?
Or just to, you know, 25% of the pattern stock left, that's all. And heavily oversubscribed. Heavily oversubscribed. I would urge you to check out your basket. This pattern is going to sell out today. It could easily sell out within the hour. Just check out your basket and know that you've got this home, because it is such a versatile pattern, such a versatile top.
Yeah. Now, normally the pattern says to understitch on the facing side, which is a line of stitching very close to the seam line on the facing side, and that just holds that facing in place. But I'm not going to bother because I'm going to move on. And also at the end, what happens is the whole facing goes to the back, as you can see from here, and then it gets stitched again. So, you know, to be honest, you could miss out that bit if you wanted to sort of cut a few corners.
Just along here. Is this where you stitch it the second
Yeah,
time?
so the facing gets turned to the wrong side. So I'm going to put the front and the back together, and then I'm going to turn the facing over to the wrong side. So I'm just going to put the front to one side now. It's very easy.
This is a gorgeous bit of fabric as well. Love that.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
I'd have been proud of me yesterday. I was on the Gold Hawk Road shopping for fabric in London.
Were you?
Oh, I was.
Oh, I've never been there. I'd really like to go
It was
there.
lovely.
It's good for African fabrics.
Oh, I'll meet you sometime there for lunch.
Definitely.
Let's do lunch and fabric shopping.
Get your diary out. Let's look at dates. Now, what did I do with my pins? Oh, yeah, here they are. I'm always losing things on this show. Right, so again, the back, the face, I've stay stitched the back. This is the back neck facing, and this is the back. And you can see I've stay stitched it there. Let's just give that a little press. And pop that on there. So we're going to match up the inner curved edge. And I always like to locate the center point, and then the center point on the top, match the two up. I haven't done that today, but I wished I'd had. And then you can just match.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
I just want to show my other favourite, well, our favourite fabric. This is absolutely gorgeous. Lots of them are selling out. This is so beautiful.
Has that not sold out yet? I'm surprised.
Amazingly, I know it's hanging on, but £24.99, 3 metre bundle, which makes it, what, about £8.33
a metre?
Per metre.
That's crazy.
I know.
Gosh,
I know.
I can't buy in for that.
Yeah.
That's mad.
Yeah.
And also, can you imagine having that gorgeous, shocking pink lipstick with that? I mean, that would just give me so much pleasure.
I don't know if it would go with my beard, Fiona. Shocking pink with...
You could dye your beard.
Never. Never. A pink beard, perhaps.
Give it a blue rinse.
Yes. I've glittered my beard before.
Oh, have you? That would do it.
Oh, yeah. For Christmas. For Christmas.
So I'm sewing it on just around the inner curved edge. So this is the neck edge. There we go.
Yes, I was a proper London boy yesterday. I tried on clothes, I had salad, it was gorgeous.
You had
Walked in
salad?
the sunshine. Yeah.
What did you do in London then?
I had a couple of meetings, and then I also caught up with a couple of old friends. And yeah, just did that because I was on air for 4 days, and then I just got a couple of days in between.
Oh, I see. So you
I
popped
thought,
down to London.
yeah.
Just a little jolly.
Yeah.
How lovely. Well, you should have done what I did, because I met up with my fabulous friend Lou, and you'll see all about it on Instagram and Facebook, because I always blog about it afterwards. And we went to the Liberty, 150 years of Liberty, on the top floor. Did you see that?
I knew there was
You
something,
missed
Fiona,
it.
I knew there was something else I wanted
You
to
should
do.
have consulted me.
There were all the blocks, aren't there? And
Oh,
the
they
patchwork.
were gorgeous. All
I'll have to go
through
again.
the ages, yes.
I'll have to
It is
go
on for a
again.
while, so you're all right. But the display was marvellous. You walk through, you can see, I put a little film on my Instagram. You walk through all these like frames, which they've painted like the fabrics. Just gorgeous.
Beautiful.
And then, of course, Liberty is lovely, isn't it? So you can just ogle everything there. Can't afford anything, but they... And then I did buy a bar of soap.
Did you?
I did.
Feeling flush.
And they're so
I never
nice
buy
there.
anything.
They're so nice because even if you buy like a simple bar of soap, they put it in the Liberty bag with the little cord handle. And I was like, oh, thank you, so thank you. So I walked along, sort of, pretending it was.
I remember
jewel or
buying
something.
2 tiny Christmas decorations, but I was teaching there at the sewing school, and I bought 2 tiny Christmas decorations. It was about £45.
No. Oh, that's off, isn't it? Ouch, yes. Very pricey, but very beautiful. And you're not going to see things. We should work for Liberty, shouldn't we? You see things there that you don't see anywhere else. But anyway, so I've ironed my back facing upwards. And again, like the front, I'm not going to do it now, but you just understitch on the facing side. Again, just a line of stitching on the facing side close to the seam allowance. Now, this I am now going to join it to the front. Did I show
What's
you
the-
my little scarf that I made? Did I show
Definitely.
you?
You
I
showed
did.
me, but
Look, if you've got half a metre left over, just make yourself a little neckerchief like that with a T-shirt, because this fabric's like silk, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's just make a really lovely little...
very chic. It's very chic. I just want to flash this fabric as well, if we could have the details up for this. I think this is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is our Ben's favourite. It's an absolute riot of juicy colour, just colour, colour, colour. 24.9. The price is amazing, isn't it?
It really is.
Absolutely brilliant.
I mean, actually, even if you didn't want to use it for this, you could, I mean, a metre and a half would make you a couple of little tops. So you could, you know...
You get a lot of value.
Yeah, you can make it with something something else.
Yeah, gorgeous. We'll just pop the pattern details back. I'm keeping an eye because it is absolutely flying out.
Brilliant. That's what I like to hear.
Wow, there's about 30 of you with it now in your baskets who are going to miss out because I've only got... I've got 45 patterns left.
Is that
and
all?
there are 70 in baskets.
Oh, wow. Now, so
80 now in baskets.
I'm joining the front... Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, sorry.
So I'm just joining the front to back at the shoulder seams now. So it's very sort of simple stuff. So you match up the raw edges. Now, if you've got an overlocker, I would, you know, viscose does have a tendency to fray a little bit, so I would definitely maybe overlock the edges. If you haven't got an overlocker, you've probably got an overlock stitch on your machine, but you know, it's it just needs finishing, you know, the edges. So I'm going to sew down the shoulder seams on either side now.
1 centimetre seam allowance again?
Yes, and then once I've done that, I'm going to press it towards the back. So let me tell you about the other thing I did in London, because we had a really good day. We went up to the Wallace collection and we saw Grayson Perry.
Ooh.
Well, not him in person.
Oh.
But honestly, I felt like I did, because he was, you know, his picture was everywhere. But yes, he's got a whole exhibition there, and it was great. I mean,
well, Fiona, you've just reminded me something far more exciting than that.
Oh.
While I was sitting having coffee with my
Yes.
friend AJ, bumped into Sue Pollard. Yes, yes, Sue Heidi Pollard.
I love her.
Resplendent in a big fascinator and like a puffball dress and, you know, 11 o'clock in the morning.
I bet you were in London the same, because we saw people, lots
Yesterday.
of people. Oh, yesterday.
Yeah.
But we saw lots of people with fascinators and puffballs. And
No, I think that's just Sue's
I think
everyday garments.
Oh, is it?
That's just- yeah. That's just- she wasn't going anywhere. She was just out for coffee. She's just that fabulous 24 hours a day.
She is fabulous.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean, I just felt that was possibly more exciting than Grayson Perry. I don't know. I'm teasing.
Well, they're sort of the similar ilk, aren't they, really? Let's face it.
Yeah, that was really fun. And she came over and we
Did
had
she
a little
say hello?
chat. Yeah,
Did she say, Stuart, Hillard?
Definitely not. Definitely not. And I tried to not go, oh, it's Sue Pollard.
Try not to go, hi.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be that person.
So you're sewing the shoulder seams together. There we go.
So level-wise, dressmaker level-wise, Fiona, what would you say?
Well, what have I put? Advanced beginners. Why have I done that?
You've put advanced beginners.
Yes, I think because it's, you know, fabric that is got a little bit of movement drape. But as I said, if you are a true beginner, you know, really it's about keeping to the seam allowance. But there aren't any darts. It's just putting a facing on.
You use a cotton lawn for this, or even a poplin, maybe.
It'd be a bit poplin, maybe a lawn would be better, a little bit more lightweight, floaty. It would just be a lot easier to sew. Having said that, viscose, once you've got it cut out, is fine. Just
Yeah.
need a lightness of touch, that's all.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to sort of, you know, because viscose is gorgeous. It's worth it. And now I'm top stitching on, I've ironed my seam allowance, oh, it's got a bit stuck, towards the back. And then I'm top stitching the seam allowance on the back, on the back side, so. There we go.
40 patterns left. How many baskets left? Oh, 38 patterns left. How many? 83 in baskets. I mean, this is exciting because this is a brand new pattern from Sewgirl.
Yeah.
I love all of your patterns, but it's particularly exciting when we get a brand new one because you always come up with something stylish, different, easy to wear.
Yes, well, they're just things that I want to wear, so that's all I base
There's a
it
lot
on,
to
really.
be said for that, though, isn't there? Knowing your style and then really enjoying it.
Well, my customers are similar age, similar shape, similar personality. You know, they're all sort of very, you know, kind of nice people.
Yeah.
And they've got good taste, I like to think. So
Absolutely.
But then that's a bit sort of subjective, really, isn't it? And so I kind of just design it for myself, and then if people like it, I'm just delighted, really.
Where did the name come from, Sewgirl?
Well, Sewgirl was.
We should probably talk about this afternoon.
We should.
Really.
No, let's.
Should we save that
let's
till?
save it. Yes.
If you
It's a
want to
good
know where the
story.
name came from, you'll have to tune in at 2.
Yeah. If you haven't got time to tune into Extra Stitch, I have got a 3-page feature on me coming out in 1 week's time in Love Sewing magazine.
That's fancy.
It is rather.
I love it.
I know.
Sue Pollard, who? Excuse me, a 3-page feature on Fiona Hesford.
Well, I like to think I can walk through London and people will go, "Oh, Fiona," but it's not really
Yeah.
happened yet.
If I see you in London, Fiona, I will shout it down the street.
I do have some. I mean, it has happened once. I was at on Worthing Pier, and this woman was sort of smiling at me, kind of like in a really funny way, and she's probably watching today. I don't. And and I was thinking, that's funny. And then she came up to me and said, "Oh, I follow you on Instagram," and you know, we got chatting. We had a little photograph. It was a really lovely moment, actually.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Yes, Lindsay, her name was.
Oh, that's nice. Morning, Lindsay, if you're watching.
Yeah.
So you know when you said you fold it back and then you stitch again?
So yes, I'm folding it back and give it press. You know, I mean, sewing is all about pressing, I always think.
And what heat setting would you use for a viscose?
Well, you want it on a medium setting. Don't have it on the highest like I've got. But I don't think you can burn it particularly. But
I'd have a good go.
So I put it on notch 2. So
okay.
Yeah. But it's quite a robust fabric. It won't melt.
Right, fair enough.
You know, it's not like polyester, which does tend to do that, doesn't it? Anyway. So I'm pinning there. Now, again, I would just quickly hand tuck it round, and it just holds it in place. And then it's... We've got a lot more time, or...
We've got 5 minutes left.
Right.
We've got
Just talk about the
34 patterns left in stock. If you want the Nina top, you are going to have to be quick. More checking out now. I've less than 30 left. Well done if you've got yours. Now, I actually want to have a go at making this top up because I might adapt the shape very slightly, but I think this could look good in a simpler fabric for me for the summer.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah.
I might just taper it in slightly at the edges, maybe do a little split at the sides.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have a little go.
Now, I'm just going to show you the really lovely bit, which is popping a safety pin on the end of the tie. Just gives you that little thing to hold on
I see what you mean
to.
about doing a sleeveless version. That would look gorgeous.
Yeah.
Wear that under a jacket
I think it might be a bit gapey at the back. So I have got on one of my patterns, I think it's the Frida, I've got a little tip about how to make it sleeveless, and you could just pop it on there and just have a look. And basically all it is just like putting a little dart, just pinching the fabric, just so to make it less open at the back. Because now obviously my loops shouldn't be quite as small as that, but that's, as I said, it's tele sewing. And then you're just feeding it through here. Can you see it on there?
Yeah.
So, and this is the lovely bit, you know, and you can do this at the very end, or you can do it.
I wouldn't be able to wait, Fiona.
No, where am I going now? Going up there, aren't I? Is that right?
Oh my goodness, there's nearly 100 of you with the pattern in your baskets. I'm down to less than 30. If you want to get the Nina pattern, just a fabulous launch of a new pattern.
Now, I didn't talk about the shape of it, because actually it's very A-line. It's quite A-line, so it's very swingy. And also the sleeves are sort of shaped so they're fluted at the end. I always think that just looks so feminine. I was thinking about making it, you know, like elasticated, so it's like a little puffy thing. Oh, nice. But you could do that if you wanted to, put some elastic in the end. Yeah. But, you know, I think that... I think it's nice if you just leave it loose and flowing. Right, you see I'm lacing it up here, and that is the really satisfying bit.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't finished my tie off there, so it's got a bit of a raw edge there, but you would just sew that up. And you can see that that's already looking rather lovely,
Oh, it's gorgeous. Look at that. Just hold it up to yourself again so Ollie can get a little shot.
If you've got a tailor's dummy, pop it on there, because it's always nice to lace it up whilst it's on a stand. Ta-da!
Oh, yeah.
And then all you do is you pop you sew together the side seam. Let me just talk to you quickly about the sleeve, because I don't know if you see it, but the sleeve has got a very deep hem. Now, you're not turning that over, but what you are doing is you've got a separate piece like this that you sew onto the end of the sleeve. So I've folded over and pressed one side. This is the cuff facing, sleeve cuff facing. Notch the centre and then pin it on at the curved end like that. Sew it on, press it out, turn it to the back, and then you've got a sort of hem that sits really nice and flat.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than having all that bunch.
I like that so much more than turning a hem.
Yes,
I really like that. Like a facing,
nice.
Isn't it?
It's like a facing for the sleeve, and it just allows that sleeve to fit nice and flat.
Fiona, you have done it again. Amazing. I've got less than 20 patterns left, which I think is I'm going to call that a sellout. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you,
absolutely wonderful. I can't wait for your next
get the champagne out.
Yeah, Mark, sort it. But also, let's remember, 2 o'clock, an extra stitch, you and me, no rules.
Join us, please. We're having a party.
We are. But also, of course, 12 o'clock, we are going to be talking trousers.
We are.
And
that will go with this as well.
I mean, you can do a cropped version, you can do a full length. Love this tie. Yeah. And wide trousers are where it's at, aren't they?
Pardon?
Wide trousers.
Wide trousers, totally in, and palazzo pants with a matching top are the thing to wear this summer.
It's the hot ticket.
I see it everywhere. So if you want to make a pair of trousers in the same fabric, or just pick out one of the colours and get a sort of plain palazzo pants to go with it.
Music to my ears, gorgeous.
Yeah,
that is at 12 o'clock. But don't go anywhere, because straight after the break, Jennie Rayment is back in the house giving us an absolute tour of 4 of her brilliant books and projects galore. So I'll see you after this short break.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Now, hold on to your hats. This is going to be a fast and furious ride through the world of Jennie Rayment. She's back. Hello.
Hello.
Now, just to let you know, by the way, in the gallery, that monitor is not working again or still. Yeah, can't see anything. So if my eyes are darting everywhere, that's why. Excuse me. Now, we have had this booking once it completely sold out. It took 6 minutes to sell out. Right, we're going to put the details on screen. It's called Stitch Bits by Jennie Rayment. I cannot believe the prices. £9.95 for this book. And I'm opening up at this double page with the iron caddy because I'm telling you now, I would pay £9.95 just for this pattern. Here's your caddy. I saw Jennie with this while I was on with Fiona. I spotted it because the fabric's gorgeous. And look, it's your ironing board for your workshop and your class. All right, and then at the end of the afternoon, don't forget to unplug your iron first and fold it back up. And you are ready to go home, and everyone else is still wondering what they're going to do with their hot iron. And you are ready to go. That is genius. Absolutely brilliant. That's one of the patterns in this book for £9.95. You heard me right. Jennie, come on over and have a flick with me.
Well, you've let me take some of the things.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Right.
So many lovely projects in here.
Yes.
£9.95 is...
I know, it's incredibly good value. Right, so you've got the bunting. Because why have triangular bunting? So if the camera can go to the side where I was, you can see the bunting.
Yep.
There and just
Chicken bunting, penguin bunting.
Yes, Easter bunting.
Yep.
A bit funny legs. My son said, if we just go back to that again, he said, Mother, why have they got what look like fish and chip forks stuck up their bottoms? Well, you try doing chicken legs.
True enough.
Right, okay.
True enough.
Then it's got a chicken
That's
pin
cute.
cushion. That's quite nice, which you can make bigger. Wrist pin cushion, very useful.
Yep.
The happy caterpillars over there.
Great fun.
Yep.
Nifty handbag.
And these are jolly good because they're basically, you do the sides and the bottom with one seam.
Amazing.
I will demonstrate that because you can have that in any size you like, and you can even have it stiffened. We'll talk about that.
Book's absolutely flying out. Grab it while you can. We've got decent stocks, given the 6-minute sellout from last show, but they're not infinite, so do check out your basket. These are all going to be very, very busy. We've got the JR Tri-Tote.
Right, this is why it's a Tri-Tote, because it actually expands.
That's lovely.
So you go up with it looking fairly small.
Really like that.
And then you open it up and undo the bit in the middle there, and it expands considerably. There we are, you see. So you can come back with a bigger bag.
Yeah. How clever is that?
Oh, yes, here's a bunting. Look, here, bunting.
Yeah.
Grab an end of the bunting, please. That's it. See, some bunting.
Oh, it's great fun. Love that. Brilliant. And great for using up your scraps as well.
Right. One square will make 4 different things. It will make
so
the
many
bag,
different
this bag,
designs
that bag,
in
the other
here.
things. These bags.
Excuse me. There is a speedy baguette, a posh clutch, a padded box, a hexagonal happening.
There we are, hexagonal happenings. You can do things with them. You can put them on the hair, hang on your
Christmas
Christmas tree,
decorations,
Christmas
very
decorations.
nice.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Yep.
A bit of fabric manipulation, a double duty cracker.
Well, it opens into a mat for the table, you see.
It's so clever. It's so clever.
The ironing caddy.
The iron caddy, of course, my favourite thing. The machine tote mat, the patchwork pinwheel, a baby changing mat.
Really
yes,
beautiful. Here you are.
good.
Look, see?
Not a real baby.
No.
A real baby. Just to point out the difference.
Okay.
It's
So-
the hair what gives it away.
Right. If you open it up, you see there is a changing mat. Child can, hang on, let's just get a child.
Oh, let's just get a child.
We've got a caterpillar instead. You deal with the caterpillar, the child, you see, whatever you have to deal with it. When you've done it, you put it back in the pram, you fold this up. You see, right? All the lotions and notions go here.
Jenny.
But you see, this is why it's tested.
Baby.
The baby cannot get at the lotions and potions because if you had the pocket the other way, it could do. So once you put child back in pram stroller, wrap it up, you see, like this. And then you hang it on the pushchair, the pram stroller, and you can check you've got the lotions and the notions and the
It's
potions.
really clever.
But do it the other way round with the pocket, and it's a sewing machine thingy that sits underneath your sewing machine. So you put your sewing machine there. That hangs down the front with all your various bits and bobs in. When you're ready to go to class, you roll it up like that. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Hang it on your sewing machine, you know, wherever you happen to fancy.
Yeah.
And there it is. Bob's
Brilliant.
Apple.
Absolutely brilliant. That's the first. Thank you, Levi. That's the first of 4 books. Stitch Bits by Jennie Rayment. $9.95. It's absolutely flying out. Make sure you get your... I mean, this is a great chance to buy perhaps one of each book. I can't believe, actually, they're all $9.95, aren't they, your books?
Good
It's
offer.
absolutely incredible. So, good chance to buy one of each. Right, let's move on to Material Magic. Material Magic. I mean, a stunning front cover, lots and lots of different clever fabric manipulation techniques in here. Again, $9.95. This took 9 minutes to sell out on the last show. We have managed to get it back in stock. Japanese folded patchwork, Jenny.
That's Japanese folded patchwork when you take it to slightly a different level. It's the art of wrapping a circle around a square. You can mess around with a circle and come up with that if you want. Then you can move on, flick the pages over.
Very clever.
Keep going because you can wrap a circle round a diamond.
Yeah. Ooh,
And get
that's
that,
cool.
or this. Spread this out completely. There we go.
Oh,
Fold it up.
wow. That's stunning.
That's the front and that's the back.
Could I turn that into a Christmas tree skirt?
Yes, of course you could do. But you just don't put the middle hexagon in.
Love that.
Oh, it would work well as a
Look at all of this. Now, if I wanted to come on a workshop, I might learn 1 or 2 of these techniques, and it's probably going to cost me the best part of 150 quid. For £9.95, I'm assuming there.
Yes, yes.
But for £9.95, you've got access to all the techniques in this book.
Yep.
Whenever you want them.
Right, circle things, you can play with circles and you can have them bigger or smaller. And again, there's one beside me on the other side. This is the same circle piece of fabric, just the way you fold it. You either get that or that. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can put it on the lid of a box, you could have them as a brooch. It's just a way of playing with fabric.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Take 2 circles. A message. I have several of Jenny's books. This is from Tracy in Davenham. And they are my go-to references. It is as though Jenny is in the room with you.
Thank you.
Do you know, I'm getting that feeling right now. It's like she's literally standing next to me. And that's just reading the words. Love it. All very cleverly put together. That's gorgeous.
Yes,
the vase.
I know. I forgot to bring them with me. And they're really nice, solid vases. You can use your scraps and you can do hexagon
Very
ones.
clever.
You know,
It's a
a friend of mine who is well into her 80s, I showed her what to do and she made that, which I thought was absolutely super. She just
Very
did it.
cool.
Very simple.
Very cool. Fabric bowls. Love that.
Cool.
Christmas.
It's the reusable Christmas cracker.
Very good.
Right.
Very good. Interlocking triangles. Oh,
Quilt,
this is like
here
a
we are.
wall hanging.
There we are. See.
Fabulous.
And again, you can use just one of them as a mat. And in the words, it does explain how you do that nasty Y seam, because sadly, sometimes you have to do a Y seam. So it's all there.
It's not difficult though, is it?
No, it isn't difficult.
It's not difficult. Really, really packs a punch. All for $9.95. Again, selling like hotcakes. Grab yours while you can. Full-size templates throughout. Right, next up, just because I love the name, Foldy Roly Patchwork Pizzazz. Now, this is using 2.5-inch strips, am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hang on, what are you talking about?
Now, this is a bit of a special offer.
No, that's got nothing to do with 2.5-inch strips at all. No, sorry, I wasn't paying any attention whatsoever. My apologies, viewers, I was completely and utterly on another planet.
Now, this should be $14.75. I'm just going to point that out on the back. It should be $14.75. So you're saving almost £5 for this. This is
we haven't got a lot of stock.
We don't have a lot of stock at all.
No.
We don't. And there is a lot in here. Do we get the pattern for the sampler quilt?
Yes. So you've got 12 different patterns in there. And again, this is part of the bag I didn't pick up. So this is a great design. It's called Scrappy Zappy Doo. It's easy to make. It uses half square triangles. So you've got 12 different patterns. You've got then 12 different things you can do with them. It includes the quag, which we had on last time, which is a quilt that turns into a bag. You've got your binding, you've got all the clear things done in photographs. It's a great way of taking either squares or rectangles because there's nothing complicated.
Oh, nice.
At all. Very simple to do. So it's just a book full of great ideas. Whether you make a quilt, whether you make a bag, whether you make a quag, there's the quag. It's a quilt that turns into a bag there. It's entirely and utterly up to you. There are various funny stories throughout.
Some lovely projects in here.
Including how to, that was...
Hello.
Well, that was an interesting thing when I was trying to
Marilyn Monroe moment.
Well, no, I was trying to get more through the airport. Briefly, okay. Carry-on was way too heavy because it was full of books, so they complained. So I went to the nearest shop. I bought 2 carrier bags and a packet of tissues, insisted on 2 bags, put it in, stuffed a whole load of books into each carrier bag, undid my coat, put one arm through one carrier bag, one arm through the other, redid my coat up, and of course I now looked like that.
Yeah.
Went back to check in, and the man looked at me, and he gave me a strange look, but I now had a very nice ample chest, and he weighed my carry-on, and he said, that's about the right weight now, you can go on. So I went up to Fast Bag Drop with my big bag, and the man at Fast Bag Drop said, oh, madam, that's quite a big bag, but it's not very heavy, because it had actually stuck. It hadn't gone down on the scales properly, so it didn't weigh its full weight. He said, oh. So I said, well, hang on a minute. Took off my coat, see, undid this carrier bag, stuffed it in the bag, and I got away with it.
Brilliant. I love it. I love it. Gosh, there's such a lot in that book. I've got less than 100 copies. If you want to get foldy, rolly, patchwork pizzazz, grab it now. Grab it now. Right, that's the 3rd book. And then the 4th book that we've got from Jenny is Fans and Fabrications. Again, $9.95 for this. Ooh.
Yes, that's actually, well, there's one of them hanging up behind me.
That's gorgeous. A bag, love that.
So we've got some candle mats which do not require a pattern, it's just a piece of paper.
Fabulous.
You can do them again with squares, you can do them with hexagons, you can do them with diamonds. All the time, as I said on the earlier show, I'm taking a principle and playing with it. Always try to keep it simple. Then there's a decorous daisy. There's a daisy here, which is done in calico.
Oh, that's
there's
lovely.
a daisy. You could do it in plain, ordinary calico. Yes, this is embellishing the edge. Now, I've done a YouTube video of this, so if you look for embellished tucks, says she very carefully, you will find out how to do that satin stitch down the edge. But you could just do it plain.
That's lovely too.
Or you could do a tucked-up fan.
Because people who've been following you for a long time will know, as I have, will know you for your using calico.
Yes, yes.
Which I think some of your early books.
I was all calico, the whole lot.
Exclusive, yeah.
The reason why I changed was A, one gets a little bit bored with it. B, when you're lecturing, you hold up the 54th piece that's the same colour as the first. People have gone to sleep. And C, it just gets grubby when you're travelling.
Yeah.
You have to keep washing it.
Yeah.
So I now use colour.
But of course, don't forget, this is where it started. And in calico, it does look absolutely beautiful.
It works. It really
all about the texture.
does work. Yes. And for some reason, calico does display the texture very well. So any plain or tone-on-tone fabrics work dramatically well with what I do.
Gorgeous. Really lovely. Really like this bag as well.
Well, this is using all your wadding up. It's in the book there because if you've got lots of bits of wadding, Helen Deegan did a wrapping fabric round rope to make those coil pots. I realised that if you took a piece of fabric, laid some wadding inside it, wrapped it up, a bit like the Camden bag, but it just uses any old bits of wadding. You could make yourself a strip and then you stitch round and round and round and round and round with a zigzag, turn it into a bag. You could even make, now this really improves my appearance, no end, a hat.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
Gorgeous. That's done it for me.
I thought it would do. You can use it for a humbug pencil case if you wanted to. Somebody picked this up and said, what is it? It's not flat. Well, it's not meant to be flat. It's a humbug pencil case or one of those. And the other thing that's in that book is using of squares to make, if you interlock and press your squares, they look as though they're woven.
Oh, that's fab.
So think Christmas.
Yeah.
So lots and lots and lots in all of the books. It's just a question of really whether it takes your fancy or your pick or whatever you happen to fancy doing. There it is.
Yeah, it's fab. All right, great. Those are our 4 books. Thank you, Jenny. Could we have a bit of a demo, please?
We can most certainly have a bit of a
What
demo.
would you like to show us and which book is it from?
I'm going to show you the bag from Stitch Bits to begin with.
Bits, we'll grab that. So here's the book, Stitch Bits. This is also the book that has the iron caddy. Like I say, I think totally £9.95. I would just buy the book for the pattern for the iron caddy, but you get loads of different patterns in there, all for £9.95. It's tremendously good value. Highly recommend that. And great as well if you've lost your Sojo and you've sort of lost your way slightly and you want something perhaps a bit of fun, a bit of personality, a bit different to what you've been making, and perhaps things that you have fallen out of love with, and you want something different, go for one of Jenny's books. This is fab.
Right. Are you going to come over here and be with me?
I've got a couple of bits I need to do over here,
You can
Jenny.
do a couple of bits
over there.
I will most certainly show
I may join you.
Oh, you may indeed. I might allow you to come to my side. Okay, so these bags all work on the same principle, and what basically happens is one seam down the sides gives you a flat bottom. So you decide on what fabric you're going to use, and very simply, this is just a quick demo. Take 2 pieces of fabric that are the same size, one for the lining, one for the outer. I'm just going to chop a fat quarter in half because it'll do very nicely. On one of the pieces of fabric, just arc the edge and do the same thing with the lining. Both pieces of fabric need to be exactly the same, right? Having got your 2 bits of fabric, put that to one side. What you are going to do then, and if you wish, there's no reason why you couldn't add a pocket. I have actually added a pocket to this one by simply adding a strip slightly less than halfway up, but you don't have to, and it isn't in the book. This is an added extra. So there's my rounded end. That is the lining.
Is that the flap, the rounded bit?
I'll wait and see.
Ah, okay.
Yes, it is the flap. There is the outer fabric, which I've put onto wadding and quilted with literally just diagonal lines, again, using the quilting guide on the machine. You could, if you wanted to do, perhaps just do some free motion wiggles, as there is on this one, or if you preferred, you could just leave it flat. It matters not. If you want it slightly stiffer, then there's no reason why you can't, after doing the quilting, press a piece of the Decaville Light to the underside of it. That will just make it a little bit stiffer, a little bit more crisp. This one has the Decaville Light in it. So once you've prepared your outside here, the way that it works is take the outside fabric, and it's really simple. You have to decide on how big a bottom you want. Fold it with the flap part on the back there. Bring the front of the bag up to wherever you happen to fancy. It matters not. And just put a pin in place. Now, decide on how big a bottom you want. At the fold here, simply tuck in a pleat. And the more you tuck in, the bigger bottom you'll get. The less you tuck in, the smaller bottom you'll get. I mean, oh, that we could have bottom sizes so easily.
I wish it was that easy.
Yes. And once you've done that, pin it. Having pinned it there, that's all I need to do. I could use one of the pins in my special pin cushion, couldn't I? There we are. And all that happens now is you sew down the sides. So to the sewing machine, use a reasonable seam allowance, 1/4 inch. Why are we wobbling? Hang on, there's a wobble around there. So I'm just going to literally sew straight down the sides now, starting here. And away we go. Remember, you don't sew over pins, please. You take them out. You might want to make the stitch length a little bit bigger if you're sewing over Decaville and everything else. Down to the bottom there. There's my little scrap. There it is. The use of the little scrap, a donkey or a monkey, call it what you will, does save.
A monkey?
Yes.
You can't just make these words up now, Jenny.
No,
Come on.
No, I'm not. In the olden days, in the mills, it was called a monkey because you used it between the pieces of work because it swung the thread from one piece of work to the other.
Oh, I like it.
Sometimes also called a donkey because it carried the thread from one piece of work to
Yeah,
another.
I've heard it called a donkey, and that's why, is it?
Yes.
Because it carries the
Carried
thread.
the thread, it swung the thread over. If you're using the Decaville light on it, I would suggest you actually increase your seam allowance a little.
Okay.
So we've gone to the top here. Once you've done that to the outside, you're going to do exactly the same thing to the inside. So there is the outside here. Here is the inside. So fold it in half. Make sure that it measures the same. So lay it with that. Check it that that's in the same place. There we go. That's it. Pin it on. Tuck up the bottom the same amount. Stitch in the same fashion. You just have to wait while I do that. There we are. Tuck it up much the same. And incidentally, we've got these fat quarters on the show, if you happen to fancy
We
them.
do.
They're
We've got
really
some
rather
fabulous fabrics, actually.
nice. That's it, there and there. And then sew down the sides again, underneath the machine. So you make the lining up and the outer fabric in exactly the same way. Down to the bottom there. Where's the monkey gone to? Vanished, never mind.
If you want those fabrics that Jenny's using, I got them. I got them. It is a pack of 5 fat quarters from Craft Cotton Company for £9.99. I know, that's 1.25 meters of fabric for under £10, and they are absolutely beautiful. Purples, oranges, and teals. These are called opulent leaves, and they are delightful.
Yes, I thought those were lovely fabrics.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Right, well, when you've done your lining, you need a tab. So you could either make a sort of a larger tab and have one of those magnetic clasps we had on the show before, or simply take a short strip of fabric. Mine is about 1.25 wide by 4.5 inches. I fold it sides to middle and then fold it in half, and preferably stitch down either side of the strip. So a little tab. Tab wants to go in the middle of the top of the bag. And when you put it in, I personally like to have the 2 pieces flat. I don't do that funny twisty thing, so nice and flat like that.
Yes, just butted against
Just butt it
each
up
other.
against each other, absolutely.
Agreed.
Works a treat.
Yeah.
And underneath machine, a couple of stitches backwards and forwards just to hold it in place. So just quickly do that. Remember, we don't sew over pins, do we, no miss? Where's the reverse on this? There it is. And keep the reversing, the backwards and forwards within the seam allowance. When you've done that, take the lining, put the lining right sides together, okay? And all we're going to do is sew around this bit.
Okie dokie.
That's it. So just level up the lining on the inside there. So, oh, that's where the monkey went to. Dear, 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 escaped again. So make sure your lining lines up with the bag there. Pin it, or you can use those quilt clips, which are really useful. That's it, and there. And then all you're going to do is sew around the top. As my linings are fractionally bigger, I'm going to sew around this side, starting here, finishing there.
Okay,
So,
while you sew, I'm just going to show a bit more fabric. Now, these are 2 different fat quarter packs from our, this is from Lucy, isn't it? Lucy Pixley, So Pretty, So Mindful. So I've got this first one. You got it, lovely. Again, $11.99. This is for 4 fat quarters. These are absolutely beautiful. Look, you've got this kind of mock patchwork, half square triangles, and then you've got a gorgeous plaid. These are absolutely fab. Those are your 4 fabrics. You get a fat quarter of each for $11.99, plaid for the lads. And then I've got a second set of fat quarters. You've got the patchwork hills with sheep, love that. And then look, you've got your coordinates, you've got knitting yarns, you've got, that's fab. Get both. Aren't those lovely, Jenny?
They're absolutely superb.
Beautiful.
Really nice, those.
Really nice. So details on screen are for this set. Am I? No. This set, you swapped them, Ben. Well done. Well done.
Why wasn't I allowed those to make a bag with? That's most unfair. I shall complain.
Because we've only got 13 left. Yes, I know. I love the one with the balls of yarn as well.
Absolutely
Brilliant.
glorious.
Brilliant stuff.
Right,
to you,
okay,
Jenny.
okay. Having stitched round the edge there, that is it. All you're going to do now is find the outside of the bag, turn it through, and look, you get a triangular bit on the corner there and a flat bottom. Ditto on the other side, a triangular bit on the corner there. Having turned it through there, turn the rest of it through, take the flap out, and tuck the lining inside. And all you need to stitch up is along the top here, just to join the lining on to the bag. And there is your bag with a flat bottom and your flap. Put your button on, job done.
And I really like as well how doing that tuck bottom rather than the perhaps more usual box bottom, you get that lovely tucked effect at the side, don't you, Jenny? Will you just show us,
Yes,
please?
you get that rather nice. Can you see the triangle here, which gives you, and it's just so easy. It's one seam, so there's no cutting corners out, no having to match it up, down, just simply straight down the seam. So reinforcing it with this piece of Decaville, depending on how big a bottom you want, the more you tuck in, the bigger bottom you get.
Yes.
The less you tuck in, the smaller bottom you
Very
get.
clever.
All you do is sew down the sides.
Very clever. Love that. That is from Stitch Bits. Can't believe the price. It's $9.95. Selling like hotcakes. Loads of fun sewing projects, and nothing that's going to take you too long either. So if you want a little something just to scratch the itch or to get you back into your sewing or even to start you sewing, go for one of these books. That's Stitch Bits. Right. While we are here, I just want to show you a couple more fabric bundles that I've got. Let's do this one. This is OVVT, yes, cups and saucers. This is rather fun. And I'm thinking this would be fun to use for, well, really in any of Jenny's books, but Stitch Bits or maybe Material Magic. Again, from the Craft Cotton Company, you get 5 different fat quarters in the pack, all 100% cotton. Beautiful designs. I'm thinking placemats, coffee coasters.
Oh, yes, and how. Yep, really nice. Just nice fun. I mean, for the summer.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice out on the picnic table, out in the garden, all these things that are just sort of homely, fun-related items.
Yeah.
They're very attractive.
Really lovely, and a great price too, $10.99 for 5 fat quarters. A metre and a quarter of fabric for under £11. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right, I've got another one. Shall we do... Let's do this one, because I think you were using this one as well, Jenny, weren't you? Or, I've certainly used this one.
Yes, I've just had that one.
Yes.
A minute ago.
So this one ends 4-3. Yeah. And again, just a gorgeous range of colours. You've got these kind of like lovely violet-y blues. A nice sort of deep golden yellow. Paisley, absolutely love it. Some purple there. And this gorgeous kind of plummy colour. Great, and brilliant stash builders.
Yes, they are, because they go with so many different things.
Yeah.
You can just pop them in there and you can pick them out and put another plane with them or a tone on tone or something like that, and they just blend together. And if you're a beginner, I think the nice thing about buying a pack of fat quarters is you know they're going to go together.
Yes.
And you've got a light, a dark and a medium there, so you've got sort of the 3 components of reasonably beginning patchwork.
Yes.
Which is good.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Very versatile. I've only got sort of low 20s of that pack though. If you want that one, be quick. Right. Shall we grab another book? Have you got something else you can show us?
Yes, well, let's do Material Magic.
Material Magic it is.
Yes.
Right, we'll show the graphics for that. $9.95. And again, loads of... Oh, yes. This has got my Christmas tree skirt in it, I think.
Well,
loads of lovely folded.
You need to know how that's done.
Do. Loads of Japanese folded patchwork in this one. But you've got these scrappy strip vases as well, fabric bowls, Christmas crackers. Loads and loads of different projects, different inspiration there, all for $9.95.
Right. Over to me then. Okay, Japanese folded, which is one of the things in the book. Can I have the book?
Yeah, of
You've got the
course.
only copy. Thank you very much indeed, because all the others are waiting to be purchased by you all, because it's slightly low on stock at the moment. Right, so the art of Japanese folded is the art of wrapping a circle round a square. When you understand the principle of wrapping a circle round a square, you can then play with it. Now, I did do this demo before, but just to quickly whip you through how it works, is if you were to take, say, a plate, you could draw around the plate, cut out slightly proud of the plate, and then systematically turn. Hang on, I picked up the wrong piece of fabric there. These were all in the right order, and in my excitement I moved them. So let's go back to plate, draw around plate, and then you go round systematically and hand sew round the edge and turn it in, because you're going to wrap a circle round a square. Don't even think about it, total waste of time. Find the same circle, put a piece of interfacing on the back, sew all the way round it. When you stitched all the way around it by hand or machine, slit the interfacing and you then turn it through the hole. So there is the interfacing, slit, turn through the hole. Explains it all in the book. So we've now got a turn through hole. To find out how big a square you want, if you press it in half and in half again, the distance between the two pressed creases is the size of square you want in the middle.
Oh, that's
And
good to know.
you could either put just a piece of fabric, you could put fabric and fluff, some form of wadding, you could have fabric and stiffening. You lay that inside, then you simply wrap the excess portions of the circle over the sides of the square. Okay? It's a circle round a square. Any size of square round with any size of circle. But go a bit further, because why does the circle have to be one piece of fabric? What if you took two pieces of fabric, sewed them together, stitched, turned it through, you're going to end up with a piece that looks like this. And then when you lay something in the middle, you're going to get a very different effect happening. So we can lay that in the middle. And it depends whether you put it on point like that or whether you put it like this as to the final effect you get. I'll put it on point. Wrap the excess portions of the circle over the square, which could have stiffening in it or
Ooh,
not.
and then you're going to get two different
And
sides.
then
Yes,
you're going
clever.
to get two different sides. So now you're into something that looks a bit like this. And that's when you can start to play with it, because you can put them together. Now, whether you have just wadding inside them or whether you have stiffening inside them is entirely and utterly up to you. So this small sample has got stiffening inside it. This, which could be part of a quilt, just has wadding inside it. And of course, it's double-sided because your circle was made from two different colours. So when you turn it over, you've got something completely different happening on the back. If they were stiff, you could actually put 6 of them together and make a little box. There we are, here's 6. Fold it up here. There are the sides of the box, and there is the lid. Okay? Now, but Stuart wanted to know
Something
how,
like Deckerville inside.
so Deckerville would be absolutely excellent. Wanted to know how we did the actual one that was beside me, which is now, where did I put it? Where is it, Stuart? Where's it gone to? Where did I throw it? There it is. Hold on a second. Let's find the one that Stuart liked, his Christmas tree
It's
mat.
not in the boot of my car, Jenny, I
No,
promise.
it's here. It's here. There we are. There it is. All right.
Gorgeous.
That's that, and there's the back of it. So how was that done? Well, it is but simple hexagons. And let me see if I can find where I threw the hexagons, which I did down here somewhere. Stuart's probably got off.
Jenny
There
is
it
still in the building. She's just under the table. There we go.
Right. For that, you need 60-degree diamonds. Okay. So if you take a strip of fabric, and again, all the sizes are in the book, and you cut 60-degree angle. This is what is known as a triangle, which has an amazing 60-degree angle at the end. We will have this back on my next show in June. Right, whatever the width of this is, which happens to be about 3 inches, turn it round. This is for right-handed people. Measure 3 inches in from the end, and you will end up with a diamond, a 60-degree diamond. If you now take a circle, and this is where I'd use Bondaweb. So I have bonded a circle of Bondaweb onto the back of 2 pieces of fabric.
So raw edges
Raw
this
edges.
time.
If you then peel it off and lay your diamond inside, and you wrap your diamond up inside that bonded circle, it depends on how you wrap it as to your effect. You see, you can wrap it like that and end up with basically what looks like lips, which if we go to this one here, you can see it on the outside edge. Or if you want the wiggle, you wrap one over, and then we go, hang on, that way, and they will meet in the middle, and you'll get the wiggle.
Oh, that's
and
so
suppose
clever.
you do it 6 times, and we did have here. This is my biggest fault, Stuart. I get so carried away with so many different things, I get in the most fearsome mess. So if you've got the wiggle, you can put the wiggle together and wiggle away, and you will get a star. And you know, you can play with it and you can fill them in. And if you were to take your circle and instead of making it from 2 fabrics, made it from, say, 3 fabrics, you could get that. It's, as I've said before, it's a principle. This is a diamond. You need a circle. What the circle is made of, irrelevant. As long as you've got a 60 degree, it will not work with any other degreed shape. So you take your diamond, you lay it in your circle. How you lay it in the circle will affect what actually happens to the shape. So if you lay it like that, you're going to get 1/2 blue and 1/2 green.
Yes.
If you lay it the other way, you then get more interesting things happening. And you know, it's, what I think it's you know, it's magical. Things you can do when you understand the principle of a circle round a square or a diamond.
Gosh, Jenny, I can imagine there are weeks when you just don't leave the house because you just get hooked into doing something and then start exploring the possibilities.
I know. And then, do you know what? I actually cleaned my house last week. I had to empty the Hoover bag twice.
Can you find anything? Don't tidy, Jenny.
So
Don't
there you are.
tidy.
So it's all in there. And I'm sorry I didn't bring the bowls. The bowls are great. The circle things, there's a circle behind me. If we go to this one.
Yep, now we've literally just had a question from Carol saying, which book is the flower quilt behind Jenny in, please? And I was wondering exactly the same thing.
Material Magic.
Material Magic,
It's in
that's the
here.
book that we've got right now. You've got the copy over there, Material Magic.
There it is, all there.
Brill.
Okay, right, you would like the book back, so there you go.
Well, I'm going to find that pattern actually, because I've been looking at that thinking it's absolutely
Yes,
beautiful.
It's done on the same sort of principle as is the mat that's in there, the Christmas mat. It's 60 degrees. I love 60 degrees and circles. And when you put them together and you fold it back, you get these amazing shapes.
Yeah.
You can use it for the lid of a box. You can make it very small and have it in your hair. You could have it on your chest if you wanted to. You could put it absolutely anywhere you liked. It could be a mat.
It's really clever. Really clever. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. That's Material Magic. Material Magic. Here it is. There it is. Fab. Right. Fans and fabrications. Do you have something to show?
Have I got anything from fans and
Have you got Foldy Roly?
No, I haven't got Foldy Roly.
Okay.
I haven't got that, but I've got another jolly good one from Stitch Bits.
Okay, no problem. Let's do Stitch Bits.
Right.
We'll give the details again, £9.95.
Because I'm going to show you how to make 3 bags from 1 square.
Wow.
Right, let's just move all this. I can have a lovely time when I go home. Right, where are the 3 bags from 1 square? Just talk amongst yourselves when I find where I put the lesson prep for that, please.
Well, this book is £9.95. It's an absolute must-have. So many different fun patterns in there, interesting techniques, and it's always about, for me, it's all about learning something new. And it may be that I learn a technique making bunting that I can then translate into bag making, or just something that you've never done before, a bit of crazy patchwork, a bit of folded patchwork, and before you know it, you have expanded your skills and your possibilities. Great fun.
Right, are we ready for 3 very quick bags? Beginners can make this any size you like. You need a square, okay? And the square can be any size, again, you like. Maybe you could just take a square of fabric and put it onto some fluff.
Nice bit of tilde there.
Yeah, nice bit of tilde, stitch around the outside edge, put another piece of fabric on top and bag it out. You know what I mean by bagging it out? Let me just explain for those who are diving down on the floor again. There's another piece. Because I wasn't allowed, I wasn't allowed a trolley. I have to work on the floor. It's really sad.
You weren't allowed? Did you ask for one?
No. Well, no, because there wasn't one, because they were all in use.
You see, if you ask, especially if you ask any of us, we'll get you what you need, Jenny.
I like to look hard done
A trolley, a glass of champagne.
No, you won't get me that. So bagging it out is put it onto a piece of wadding, stitch around the edge, put another piece of fabric on top, sew all the way around, leave a hole, turn it through. If you wanted to do something slightly more exciting, you could always do some free motion quilting and wiggle over that piece of William Morris. Right, now when you have turned it through, it depends on which bag you wish to make as to how many tabs you need. If you are going to make the bag that I have here, which has 3 pockets, here we have pocket number 1 on the front there, we have a pocket number 2 in the middle, and we have pocket number 3 this side, okay? You will need to have tabs on opposite corners of your piece, okay? Now, you're going to divide one side into 3. Doesn't matter what it is or which side it is, divide it into 3. And you're going to mark the thirds with pins. So just put a pin there and a pin there. It must be square, right? This will not work if it's not square. Having marked one side with pins, you can then use this as a master for all the other sides and use the pins as markings, okay? There we go. Didn't bring enough pins with me. Right, so to there. By the way, the chicken pin cushion is also in Stitch Bit's book. And there. And then finally, the last side. So you just mark one side and then fold it over. Having done that, it's really complicated the next bit. Because if you open it out and fold it on the pins, all the pins will then line up in the middle here and there and there. When you got it to this stage, it looks a bit like one of those Danish pastries.
Oh, don't.
There's a sort
Just
of
eat one.
Danish pastry that's got a sort of sausage lying in through the middle, or you know, whatever it is. Then you need to stitch this piece and that piece. You can do it by hand, perish the thought. You can do it on the machine in 2 goes. I go from there to there and from there to there. Remove the free arm, or rather make it into a free arm, and you'll find it's very simple. So
do you avoid hand sewing at all costs?
Yes.
I do too, to be fair, Jenny.
But sometimes you have to.
I don't know. If I try and hand sew, I suddenly feel like the clumsiest person.
Yeah, ditto.
On earth.
Absolutely ditto. And I've been having to do a lot because I'm doing some filming for somebody, and I've got to do some hand sewing for it. Cathedral windows. Ugh.
Oh, anything but.
Right, having done that, all you do is fold it in half, and you sew down the 2 short sides. When you sew down the 2 short sides, there's one pocket, there's the other pocket, there's the third pocket, right?
Brilliant.
If you didn't like that, if you fancied not having that bag, and of course you could make it any size you like, there's a smaller one knocking around somewhere, or there was, vanished. Oh, no, it's the nappy bag. Let's do the nappy bag next. Right, this is the nappy bag, smaller version, slightly bigger version. Again, needs a square. That's all you want is a square. Right, the nappy bag requires 1 tab. Okay, so here we have the square. Where's the one with only 1 tab? There's the one with only 1 tab. Fold your square, the 2 sides in, adjacent sides so they touch. Stitch them down there. Easiest way to do it is go sideways and use the zigzag on the machine with the widest possible zigzag. Zig into the fabric and over the edge. In, off, in, off, in, off, in, off. Flatten it out. Okay.
Hey, it's like a chippy cone.
Yes. Fold up the pointy bit, and I tend to fold that bit over. Stitch it along the top there. There's your bag.
Oh, yeah.
There's the inside. See?
Clever.
It's the nappy bag. There we go. But if you didn't like any of those things, go for the posh clutch. There is the posh clutch. And again, you can do it any side. You just need a square. And that again has only 1 tab. So this time you fold your square in half, making a triangle. You find the midpoint of the side. You sew all the way down, line a stitch all the way down. Running out of pins fast. There we go. And ditto on the other side. This looks fantastic in velvet. Absolutely superb. And then what happens then is this folds over and back, and that bit folds over and back there. That bit comes down, fastens with a button. There's your pocket, there's your bag, there's your posh clutch.
Clever.
You see? So, you know, with all of the books, from your Japanese folded with your vases and everything else in, to this sort of thing, to foldy-roldy with all those projects in, to fans and fabrications with, again, all the things from fans and fabrications, all the books have something very different in them.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really fun, isn't it, sort of take a theme or an idea and then sort of really explore all the possibilities, or just having a play. I say this often, adults do not have enough playtime.
They don't.
And with playtime comes such...
yes.
I don't know, it's so good for you, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is, and you need to have a little fiddle. I mean, the hexagon thing from the Stitch Bits book was literally came about with fiddling with a piece of fabric.
Yes.
You know, you move on and you play, because you know why not? If it goes wrong, it's a bit of fabric. Does it really matter?
True enough. I totally agree with you there. I totally
You know,
agree.
it's
Absolutely.
Yep.
Permission to fiddle, I think. Yes.
Yes.
Permission to
Allowed to fiddle.
But it does you good. It does you good. It's just great to play and just enjoy. I would urge everyone who's watching to get at least one of Jennie's books and explore some of the possibilities, because Jennie, you do a lot of experimenting and then you pass on these fabulous skills. You have taught thousands and thousands and thousands of students, haven't you?
Yes.
You really have. You really have. And I've visited many groups as well, and groups always talk about your visits. You're quite famous, aren't you, within the quilting world? Everyone remembers if they've had Jennie come to give a talk or a workshop. I
bully them.
But you can get so much out of her books. Now, I do have a bit more fabric, don't I? Can I grab a bit more fabric? Right, let's do, yes, this is very cute. This is Peter Rabbit, again from the Craft Cotton Company. Very cute, these. You've got a little Peter Rabbit, what's the fox called?
Brer Rabbit. Oh, what, Peter Rabbit? I can't remember.
Fox there.
Foxy Loxy, no, Foxy Loxy came from something else.
Yes.
Brer Rabbit.
Jemima Puddle Duck there. Mrs. Tiggy Winkle.
Yes.
Of course. Jeremy Fisher.
Yep.
Yes. Jeremy Fisher. Is it Mr. Todd, the fox?
Oh, yes. No, that was Mr. Todd. Oh, might well have been Mr. Todd. Yes, could well have been.
I mean, Ollie came out with the suggestion, and I, he always says things with such confidence, but I'm never quite sure whether to believe him or not. Oh, bless him. Ollie's looking it out for me. Those are cute.
A quick Google.
Really lovely. Really lovely. Again, $14.98, and you get 5 fat quarters. Great value. That's 1.25 meters of fabric there. And then, if you feel like pushing the boat out, I've got a lovely little bundle of Liberty. I do. This is really rather lovely. We've made these little bundles up. Now, that's a long quarter. Are these all long quarters? I think that they are. No, these are definitely long quarters. I'm going to open them out. Yeah, no worries. I can't see anything at the moment because I still haven't got a monitor. Yeah, no, it's fine. That's lovely. That's gorgeous. So you've got a lovely mixture of reds and creams and ivories, really beautifully put together. And yes, these are long quarters. So each of the pieces is like this. It's about 9 inches wide by 42 to 44 inches wide. So you've got 6 of those.
Yes, the thin fat quarters do make life much better because you've got strips, you can take it straight across. So, you can use it for any of the strip patchwork techniques you want. You haven't got to join it. So
no.
Many times having a thin or long fat quarter, not that you have a fat quarter, a long quarter,
yes,
does make, I think, a very, very useful addition.
Yeah,
because you
I
just
agree.
haven't got to keep on joining it.
Yeah, for sure. Beautiful. That's gorgeous, isn't it? 25, 22. I've got a couple more. This is really lovely, kind of mixed florals. Again, this has been cut to long quarters. This is long quarters. This is from Poppy Cotton. Oh, now I'm saying that. Just a minute. Yes, it does see, and no, it is. It's fat quarters. I beg your pardon. It's fat quarters. I'm really peckish this morning, Jennie.
I think it's the weather.
Do you think that's
yes,
what it
probably
is?
The weather.
It's funny, really, yeah.
Yeah, ditto, me too.
Oh,
We can go for lunch soon, can't we?
Yes.
No, you can't. You've got another hour's
I know.
work.
Yes.
for
It'll be
that.
fun though.
Yeah, it will be, because you're going to make those super trousers. Having made that really nice top, it was good, wasn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh, I have just been told we've run out now of the badges, the flower show badges. If you manage to get hold of one, well done you. Those are gorgeous. Those are all poppy cotton. And then the last one that I've got, beautiful colours these. Got a really deep teal and a lilac. Jenny, when are you back in?
I'm back in June, and we're coming back in. We're going to have the triangle back again, which
Lovely.
is good. So this is the new ruler. And the reason why it's particularly good is it does all your squares and strips and all the usual things that a rotary ruler does. It does the 60-degree angle one in, because you can never work out a 60-degree angle. And then the other end does your half square triangles, including the seam allowance. So you see, it's actually quite a magic ruler.
Brilliant.
I think there might be some 3 patterns coming back, 3 more patterns.
Fab.
Might be the Emsworth Star and a couple of others coming back.
And that's all on June the...
I think it's something like the 16th. I don't know. I will put it on my website.
Okay, cool.
It will be there, which I will remember to update. Oh, it's just been so busy recently. Really, really, really.
I mean, we don't like to let the grass grow under our feet.
And we're not getting old, are we?
No,
No,
we're just getting more experienced.
Totally. Yes, 100%. Here I am, this age with 21 years experience.
I love that. It is June the 11th that you're
June
back,
the
Jenny.
Oh, crikey, June
And
the
I'll tell you
11th.
something else that happens on June the 11th. Yes, you've less time than you thought.
Yes.
It's also our producer Ben's birthday.
Aww.
Now, will you be working on your birthday, Ben? You will not. We'll make sure that we spoil you before or after. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Oh, well, Jenny, it's been absolutely wonderful to see you.
And it's super
have a
to see
couple
you
of
too.
hours
Yes,
together.
we will probably meet at festival, because don't forget
Without
to,
a doubt.
sign up for festival. I have space in some of my classes. You can do the origami, what's it, and the this, that, and the other.
Is that its official name, the Origami What's It?
No, it's the origami scissor case.
Fabulous. Jenny, safe journey home.
Take care. Thank
Right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to be talking trousers with Fiona Hesford from Sewgirl. Don't go anywhere. See you after this.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search Sewing Street.
I'm joined by the Sewgirl herself, Fiona Hesford.
Hello again.
Now, I haven't had to lie down since the last show. It was very busy.
No, I've been so busy getting ready for extra stitch. So I'm worn out.
Well, by 2 o'clock, definitely. 2 o'clock,
Yeah.
don't forget, an extra stitch on Facebook Live with Fiona and me. It's going to be a great hour. And we've got about a dozen of your like accessories and homeware patterns, all with 15% off. So that's going to be fantastic. That's at 2 o'clock, Facebook Live. But right now, we have got the Elsie Trousers. Now, these are absolutely gorgeous. There is a cropped length, which is the one you can see on the front. There is also a full-length version as well. A gorgeous tie waist. These are super stylish, Fiona. I love them. Now, the pattern is sizes 8 to 22. And they're a nice relaxed fit too, aren't they?
They are. They're pull-on, so there's no zips or anything.
Fab.
So you can have an optional belt with tabs.
I really like that.
Got side pockets, back pockets.
Very flattering.
And if you make it in something lightweight like that, you might want to go up a size. Or, you know, I've got 2 sizes, and one very baggy and the other one slightly more fitted, but they both fit me because it's got the elasticated waist at the back.
Perfect.
So it's got the comfort, but it's got a flat front with the pleats, so you haven't got that, you know, bulk of fabric at the front. It's all nicely pleated in, so it's nice and flat.
Really lovely. This is the physical pattern for $17.99. Now, remember the last show, we had the Nina gorgeous top. Sold out. So if you want to get the Elsie Trousers, I would grab them. Now, do we have a digital pattern as well?
We do.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. For the first time.
So
today.
$17.99 for the physical. If you want to go digital, look at the price. $9.95 for the digital.
That's good, isn't it?
If you're nervous, if you've never made trousers before, this is great. Pull on. So no tricky fastenings.
No.
$9.95 for the pattern to download it. Give it a go. This is sizes 8 to 20 on the digital. So is it one size less, or should it be 8 to 22?
Oh, if they said 8 to 20 on the digital. Oh, no, it's the same on
It's
the digital.
22.
Yes, sorry, that's an error.
It's a typo. It's a typo.
Yeah.
So it's sizes 8 to 22 on the digital and on the physical. $9.95 though for the digital. And ignore the postage. If this is the only thing you buy today, there is no postage charge on a digital pattern. Instant purchase, instant download. You could be making your first pair of Elsie Trousers this afternoon.
You could, straight away.
What sort of fabrics would you say were suitable for Elsie?
Well, I mean, I was thinking as you were talking that it's got 2 very different looks. So if you do it in the like a linen or a linen viscose or a linen cotton mix, which is what we've got, the Rami linen handle, then you're going to get more of a fisherman's style, like the one pictured.
Yeah, love that.
So it's kind of like a sort of baggy trouser, you know. I've made it in denim as well, and they make very sort of wide leg denim jeans, you know, which is lovely, get a bit of contrast stitching going on. But then if you make it in the viscose, obviously you're going to get more of a palazzo pant, slightly more dressy look, nice for holidays. So, you know, you've got those 2 different looks. I mean, I don't bother with the belt when I make the viscose, but, you know, it's up to you. You can do either, you know, it's an optional belt.
Oh. Fab. Well, let's have a look at some of the fabrics. I'm just going to pop that to one side for a moment so we've got a bit of space for fabric. Right. Let's start. Well, I'm going to grab that fabric to start with. This is the one you're going to be demoing with.
I'm demonstrating now.
This is absolutely divine. This is so beautiful. Now, this is a viscose slub.
It's got linen
so
in
you've got that little bit of texture.
It's got linen in it. They don't say that there, but I'm sure it's got viscose linen, is it? Or maybe I'm wrong.
We'll check. We're going to check. Oh, gorgeous, kind of soft and drapey, floaty fabric.
Gorgeous.
But not at all see-through. 100% viscose, that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, 100%
I thought it had linen in
viscose.
it.
That is beautiful. The colour's amazing, again, isn't it? It's that cobalt.
Do you know the reason I thought it was linen? It was because it's got that slub.
It's the slub, isn't it?
And it's that makes it look like it's got linen in it, but it's got the lightness of the viscose, so that's even good.
Yeah, it is gorgeous. And look at the price, $21.99 for 2.5 metres. That's enough to make the Elsie trousers in a size 22.
Yeah.
And is that the longer length or the shorter length?
Longer length, yeah.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah.
So biggest option, longest length, largest size.
Because it's a nice wide width, you see, that fabric. So
Ah.
if you've got a fabric that's not as wide, then you would obviously need more. Probably only a half a metre more, though.
That is absolutely gorgeous. That's the first one. Now I've got a few of these linen slub. I'm going to pick this one because this is just so,
they're so pretty.
gentle, soft, feminine. It's lovely.
Lovely. That would look nice with white, wouldn't it, the T-shirt?
Yeah.
White or cream T-shirt.
That is really, really pretty. 2.5 metres again. 100% viscose, but it has got that slub in the weave.
If you've got an overlocker, I'll definitely bring that out for this fabric. It does, you know, a little bit of a tip. It does fray a little bit. It's probably a little bit more than the ones without the slub, but just finish the edge, you know, ASAP. That's all I would say.
Do you ever overlock your pattern pieces before you start making up, or just as you go along?
No, sometimes I do it beforehand, and that's definitely good if you've got like long side seams or inner leg seams, because obviously you're handling the fabric, and the more you do, you know, it can fray a little bit. So just finish your edges before you join them together.
Gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. Right, next one, let's go super vibrant. These are definitely something for a special occasion or a holiday. Isn't that stunning? Wow. Abstract floral.
It's almost got a bit of tie-dye in it,
Yeah.
hasn't it?
This is almost sort of graffiti art. Love it.
Yeah.
Love
A
it.
sort of sketchy line in it.
Yeah. And you could pick so many colours out of there as well for accessories or teaming with that theme. $21.99. Fabulous fuchsia. But I love that little bit of kind of golden yellow in there as well, that little bit of turquoise.
Yes, I didn't notice that. Yes, it's like almost like a watercolour, isn't it?
Beautiful. Digital prints are just a thrill, I think. There's so much colour variation in them, isn't there?
Yes.
Right, let's go more tropical next. Definitely getting a bit of a holiday vibe.
Here's the coral. Here's the
Yeah.
coral you like. Coral alert.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Again, slub viscose, 100% viscose.
I like that one. Do you like that one?
I do.
Yeah, I like them all, but I do like that one.
Yeah. I think it's just lots of energy in that colour, isn't there?
Yeah.
Beautiful. $21.99 again. If you're not making anything right now, this is a great time to stash your fabrics.
Just to say that there's enough fabric there if you wanted to make the Nina top in it. So if you don't want to make trousers, you can make the top in. There's enough.
Suitable for Nina.
Yeah.
Great. And then you remember that gorgeous pink fabric that I had earlier on? Well, this is the same print, but in this beautiful sort of turquoise O'Donnell sort of...
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Aquavita. Beautiful. It's really light, but not at all
pretty.
sort of see-through.
Put your hand behind it, see if it's... Oh, it's disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no see-through, there's no visibility there, is there?
Great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not sheer at all.
And would be so light to wear, cool.
Yeah.
So if you've got an event to go to, a long wedding, got to be comfy though, haven't you?
You do.
Or by halfway through you think, why can't I wear jogging bottoms? But actually, your trousers would be beautiful
they'd be very
for a wedding, wouldn't they?
Oh, they would.
In the right
Especially if
fabric.
you've got a matching top and you've got your whole outfit.
Yeah.
I think that would be great.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's do denim, because it's a totally different look. This would be a little bit more structure.
Yes.
Fabulous for everyday wear. As always, we've got our dark, we've got our medium, and we've got our light denim. Should we start with the dark?
This is going to take you into autumn, isn't it, with the denim?
Yeah, for sure. And also as well, you know, I love that crop length. If you're somebody that doesn't like wearing a skirt, but you want something that has a sort of similar length but with more kind of movability, that's lovely.
I'll definitely get the top stitching going on with that one.
What colour?
Well, just like a white contrast.
Lovely.
Yes.
That's nice. Yeah.
Just to show off the detail in the pattern, like the back pockets, and it's got the front side pockets as well. You can get that stitched quality, and the side seams. You can really get that stitched, nice jeansy kind of look about them.
definitely.
But they're sort of wide leg culottes, so you know that's a really nice new way of treating jeans, isn't it?
Yeah, and so on trend. The wide leg culotte.
Definitely.
Tight trousers are out.
Oh, so out.
Not in my house, they're not. Next up, medium.
He's so naughty, isn't he?
Medium. There we go. Oh, I like a nice stretch trouser. There we go.
Like a little bit
$23.99. This is 2.5 meters. Again, stash them. Stash it. If you're not making anything right now, you can stash.
Do you know, I use this denim such a lot because it's such a good weight and it's a really lovely quality.
Oh, our Sewing Street denim. You like it?
This one, I use it all loads of things, dresses. So, you know, what else have I used it for? Dresses and tunics, you know, I've really, it's a staple.
It is absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
Good colour as well, that.
Yeah.
Lovely. Right, that's that. And then last of all, in the denims, I've got the lightest denim.
Quite retro, that, isn't it?
It
Light
is.
denim.
Yeah.
But I like it.
I do too. I do too. And again, add some top stitching.
Definitely. What colour? Red.
Do you know, I was thinking red, and I didn't know if I could say it out loud.
You could go tonal with this, couldn't you? Where you get sort of like almost like a darker turquoise blue, you know, like a dark teal, so that it's not sort of so contrasting.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more. Just highlights the stitching, but not
Would
too.
you ever use a very gently, like a melange, a blended colour?
No, I don't like that.
No.
No. I don't know what it is about that. It's just a bit too...
It appears, it
bit too-
disappears.
Yeah. I mean, I like that stitching for maybe a bag or something, but for clothing, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I'm a bit funny about that.
Horses for courses.
But, you know, feel free.
Yeah. Okay, that's the denim. And then last of all, I have got some, I think this is a Rami cotton, is it? Or a Rami viscose?
This is cotton and
Cotton and Rami.
Rami and cotton, yeah.
Yeah. Love it. I love it. It's a great fibre. It's used a lot in the Philippines for clothing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the men's shirts are made out of Rami, and they're exquisite.
Wow.
Absolutely exquisite.
Are they a similar weight to this?
The shirts, they're almost transparent.
Oh, wow.
They're almost transparent and they're all embroidered.
Oh, lovely.
Over the top. Yeah, they really are a work of art. You kind of wear a vest underneath them.
Oh, okay.
So you're not completely bare-chested. But they are, yeah, I know, exactly.
Sexy.
But they're cool. This is lovely.
So this is a slightly heavier weight then, isn't
absolutely,
it, really?
yeah.
For
This
perfect
isn't
for
see-through
trousers.
rainings, but
Yes.
Yeah.
Again,
Mint.
I use this such a lot, this fabric, because it's just a really good staple
Yeah.
for trousers.
And actually as well, it does not, I mean,
No.
yes, you have a bit of crease in there,
Yeah.
but I am really scrunching that.
Yeah.
And it is not looking tatty at all.
No.
So that, again, that would be really smart for a do, wouldn't it, a wedding?
Yeah. And also it's a sort of fabric where when you press it, it presses straight away. It doesn't look like, you know, endlessly pressing like linen.
That's lovely, $29.99.
That's
Remember,
gorgeous,
this will
that
make the
colour.
largest size of the Elsie trouser and the longest length. And then we've got pink. Pretty, soft, rose pink. Could you use this for the Nina top? Or not drapey enough?
Well, I think it's probably better for trousers. There is, I mean, I've got this other. I did find this other one, which is like a linen viscose slub, which I think is better. It's slightly lighter than this.
Okay, fair
So I would say it's probably a bit heavy.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I thought I'd ask. And then last of all, we've got the charcoal grey. So good. I mean, again, the Elsie trousers, they could be your work trousers, couldn't they? Nice, comfortable trouser.
Yeah.
$29.99 pewter. This one.
That goes with everything, that colour, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
for sure. For sure. Right, fabulous.
Right, am I demonstrating
Yeah,
now?
let's bring
bring
back
this
for me.
in.
And we'll put the
So-
details for the physical pattern.
Let me just flick through here. As you can see, it's a mixture of sort of diagrams and photos. It's all very clear. People do say to me, you know, you're sort of very easy to follow patterns, so that's really nice to hear. So I'm going to sort of work through the order of the pattern.
Yep.
I'm not going to stray too much from it. I have made a belt beforehand. No, it's not here. But let's just show you the back. I've just put the pockets on beforehand because everybody knows about pockets, don't they?
So they're a patch pocket.
It's a patch pocket. There's two in the back. Obviously, you could just have one if you wanted, or leave them off. You know, you don't have to have them. But it's just a simple hem at the top, and then you make your hem, and then you fold under the sides, pin them on, and I like to hand tack them on, and then top stitch all the way around. So you've just got one on each side. I've done my tabs as well, so it's good to kind of get these all ready beforehand if you are going to have a belt. And now the tab pieces are where you cut 4 of one little tab piece, but I would suggest cut one long bit and then chop it up afterwards. Much easier, because it's a little bit fiddly doing them all separately. So just a little tip there. That's so I'm just going to pop that to one side and then move on to the front, and I'm going to show you the pleats. Now I've got one where I've done it already, so I'll just show you the finished. Hang on, that's. So,
oh, you want the other one?
That's that. So I'm just going to show you what I've done. There we go. So this is what it looks like when it's finished. So you've got the side pocket here. How lovely is that?
That is beautiful.
Really, it's a nice deep pocket as well. And then you've got 2 pleats here at the top edge. And you can see I've overlocked that top edge just so, and also the side edges, just to kind of like stop it from fraying too much. So now there is a little diagram on the pattern, which is like a pleat guide, and it shows you which direction to fold the pleats. So let me just remove that one there for a minute, because that's my pocket pieces. And you can see that I've folded over and pressed one pleat already. I've marked my positions at the top, and what you're going to do is to go away from the center. So if you take your inner notch and then fold it over to the one beside it, so you've got 2 notches, put a pin in, and I like to just give that a press as well. Had I turned my iron on, that might have been good. So let me just sort of like show you there. So if you, and obviously cotton or denim is, you know, a little bit less, you know, viscose has got a lot of movement in it. So, you know, the cotton is, if you're a beginner, I would say, use a cotton, lightweight cotton, or the linen, much easier. And then I'm going to stitch across the top there within the seam allowance, just to hold those pleats in place. So I'll just pop my glasses on. And now when you machine tack, you're not extending your stitch length or anything like that.
No, because there's always a danger if you do that. It all starts gathering up anyway, isn't there? If you use a very long stitch length, the base it can gather the fabric.
Yes, that's true. Now, the pleats will give a nice flat finish at the front, which, you know, because no one likes bulky bits at the front. We know we've got enough of our own, haven't we? Well, I have. You have.
No, I know the feeling.
You have.
Oh, I do.
Slim lines, Stuart. Yeah. And right, so that's your pleats done. And here you've got a very deep that's the centre front seam. And here at the side, you've got the smaller curved edge, which is going to be for your pockets. So now you take your pockets, the one that's got so you've got a pocket and a pocket lining piece. Let's just give that a little bit of a press. And let's just pop that there. I'm just going to trim off that. And you can see that I have overlocked. What are you doing? I have overlocked the edges beforehand, and we're going to pop that so that you're matching up the raw edges here. And then pin there, and pin there, and just match up that.
So
raw
that just
edge.
matches up there,
Yes. And then I'm going to sew down here to this point here. I'm not going down here, I'm leaving that for now. And then sew on a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Right, so, and do a little back stitch at the top edge. And you know, this pocket pattern is quite useful because you could sort of like, you know, move it over to other patterns. You know, sort of make it, if you've got a pair of trousers or a skirt that hasn't got this sort of pocket on it and you want
Would you ever wear trousers that didn't have pockets?
No. I don't think so. Well, you just stuff everything in them, don't you?
You do.
Yes.
I mean, I'd never even think about it, like, because men's trousers never don't have pockets.
They never
Some
don't,
women's
do they?
don't, do they?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that.
Quite revolutionary, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Wasn't that the thing, that why women's clothes didn't have pockets, because of fear of what they might put in them? I think it was, though. I read an article or something on Radio 4 about it, and it was very much sort of political thing.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Right, now we're going to place the second piece on top. So this is the pocket
So that's
lining.
bigger than the original pocket bag.
Well, it's the same size. It's just it doesn't have the cutout. So it's what goes behind. And then we're going to match up the outer edge all the way round. So I like to pin it at each end and then pin it in the middle, and then that's sort of, there we go. Pin there.
Can I just start? This is for Ben, really, producer Ben, thinking ahead to our extra stitch at 2 o'clock. Will viewers be able to get questions in while we're live, Ben? Great. So it's all on Facebook. I'll have an iPad. So start thinking now about questions that you might have for Fiona. It might be techniques. It might be favourite thing to make. It might be what's your greatest sewing achievement. All these sorts of things. Gosh. You know, it's our chance to pick your brains. If you're okay with that, Fiona.
Yes, I'm going to have to think of some answers beforehand, though.
Well,
it's when you put on the spot.
You never know what questions.
Yes, but I mean,
that our viewers might come up with.
I might think of something afterwards and go, oh, wish I said that. Wish I thought of that. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see what comes out.
Yeah, start thinking of your questions, and do please join us at 2 o'clock on Facebook Live for an extra stitch with me and Fiona. I'm excited. I think it sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. Have I done this right? Yeah. So I'm folding that over.
Don't ask me. Have you seen the sewing bee?
And then I'm pressing. I've sewn it on the out. I've sort of skipped ahead, but it's no difference really. I should have just sort of stitched around this edge, but I'm going to do it with the back of the pocket on, so that's no problem. So you fold the pocket over. Just put some pins in here. So this is the edge of the side pocket.
I really like how you weave your pins. You get a much more secure pinned edge,
Yes,
don't
in
you?
and out. Yes, I love
Did
that.
you spot that at home? I was just watching. And
Do you not do that?
I do when I'm long arming, when I'm putting my quilt onto the frame, onto
Yes.
the leader cloths, I weave my pins there.
Ah.
But I'm just looking now, thinking, why am I not doing this on more things? It's a great technique.
Yes, I often pin and then press as well. I'll press before, then I'll pin it, and then I'll press it again with the pins in, just to kind of like, you know, make. Ooh.
You okay there?
It's a bit uneven, this surface.
You're on your little ergonomic mat.
Is that what it is?
It's an anti-fatigue mat.
What? No.
Yeah.
What does that mean, anti-fatigue?
So it is. We have them because if you're standing here for 5 hours, you get sort of like almost like compression in your feet.
Oh,
Whereas on
yes.
those, it relieves the pressure.
Oh, really? Can you get shoes with that in? Because sometimes when I go for a walk, I come back and my feet are killing me.
Yeah. Well, I've got quite a lot of shoes that have memory foam insoles.
Oh, really?
Skechers. They're all
Never
memory
heard-
foam
Oh,
inside.
are they?
Mm.
Oh, that's
Very
a good
comfy.
tip. Yes. Hello, old age. Skechers.
Hey, steady on, leave it out.
Now, so you can see how nice is that? I've top stitched it down, and then I've put the back of the pocket on, and then we're going to fold it up. So if I lay it down like this, you can see it's quite a long leg, this one. This is the
Very
full length one I'm
nice.
making, and then I'm just folding it back at the top there, so that the pocket's flat, and then the front of the front is sitting flat on top of the pocket, if you see what I mean.
Yes. The front of the front, the top of my bottom, or the bottom of my top.
You don't want the pocket to sort of fold over on the underside. So there you go. So once you've got that, just give that another little press. And also you've got the side bit here. So again, you know, have it flat underneath like so. I have to say, they're really nice, good fun, these trousers to make.
Well, I'm loving the fact that there's no tricky closure, no zip, no fly.
Yeah.
So
It's all about getting the size right. So if you look at the finished garment measurements, what you need is at least sort of 10 centimetres ease. You obviously want to get it on and off. So, you know, just make sure that your band, because you make a separate waistband, which has got the elastic in it. And what I tend to do, I mean, I'll talk to you a little bit about I tend to sort of maybe add a little bit more elastic than I need, pin it at the side, try it on, and if I can get it beyond my hips really easily, then I'll, that's fine. But if not, if it's a bit loose, I'll just tighten the elastic. So, you know, there's just a little bit of, you know, jigging with that.
try before you sew.
Yes. But the size of them, I would say, they're sort of Marks and Spencer's sizes. Okay. So, but have a look at the finished garment size, but base it very much on the size guide at the top.
Are M&S pretty true to size?
I would say, yes, I mean, I think it's the sort of place where I kind of, you know, use as a guide, really. I mean, I can get one size, I'm not going to say which one, but I can get one size, but then I can also get a size larger, but, you know, again, might have a little bit more room to it. So it's just about what you feel comfortable in, really.
That would be my going out for a carvery pair of trousers, the ones which are a bit more comfortable. You know, though, because you don't want to pay that money. You don't want to pay your $14.95 and then have to rein yourself in, do you? It's like, no, I am having extra roast potatoes and I will have an extra Yorkshire pudding, thanks, because I'm wearing elasticated trousers.
You sound like my son. He's always taking himself out to the carvery. Never invites us.
I love a carvery.
He goes out for breakfast as well.
Oh, Charlie does that. They'll go to a carvery for breakfast and they do Yorkshire puddings.
For breakfast?
With breakfast.
Oh,
I know.
my goodness.
Disgusting. He loves it. Yeah.
And he's slim as well,
He is
isn't he? I know
actually,
my son is
yeah.
slim. Where do they put it all? I don't know.
No.
Now look how nice that looks. So that's one
Beautiful.
side, and then the other side is the same, but obviously a mirror image. And then what do we do now?
I would ask the designer, what do we do now?
We turn the page. Right, so the pockets are on. Right, so now it's all about the order of this. So we're going to join the front to back with the side seam.
Long
so
side
it's this long side seam here.
Lovely.
And hang on, you have to get the right one. So my plaster's falling off. Right. So
Do you have a little baddie on your hand?
yes, I sort of burnt my hand the other
Ooh,
day, so I'm just sort of
ouch.
like, no, that's not right. It was the other one. Right. Bear with, bear with.
The worst ones I do is when I've had the grill on in the oven and you reach
Yes.
in and touch the ouch.
Oh, yes. It's easily done, isn't it?
It is. And I don't have a toaster at home or a kettle.
You don't have a toaster?
Never had a toaster. I've never had a kettle.
Don't you want a toaster?
No, I just
never-
use
you
the
haven't got a
grill.
kettle?
No, I've stovetop kettle.
Oh, wow.
So
Have you got an Arga?
no, I've got like a range cooker, but poor Charlie lament. He's like, one day can we have an electric kettle? And I'm like, no,
It's
no, we
so
can't.
much quicker.
I know, but you see, having spent my whole life
Without one.
working my life around how long a stovetop kettle takes to boil.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
I see.
I put the kettle on
Like
and then
2
go upstairs and
hours.
run a bath. And then come down and it's just coming to a boil. Like an electric kettle would throw me
Do you
completely.
think Stuart, life's a bit too short to wait for the kettle to boil?
But I don't, because I do something else.
Oh,
you
I
see.
see. Right.
I'm
like
not just
write a
standing there
book.
watching it, writing a book, that's right.
Now, I'm pinning together the front to the back at the outer side seam. So it's a really long seam, obviously, and pin it all the way along, and then we're just going to sew down.
Great.
So the
Is
more
this a 1
pins-
centimetre seam allowance as
yeah,
well?
it is. But again,
Okay.
if you want to, 1.5.
Is that 3/8 of an inch?
Yes. It just means that you can bank the side of the foot up to the edge of the fabric. And some of my patterns are like this and some are not. But I don't know, it's just a sort of habit, really. So, like you see, I mean, the foot is banked up to the side of the, I find it easy.
Yes.
I like,
Nice and
but,
easy, that.
Obviously, if these trousers, they're not going to have a lot of fabric extra that, you can adjust it. So, but I would say, maybe go up a size if but I think the best tip is to say, just make it in something cheap first, like a toile, just to get the size. And again, remember that the waistband can be adjusted because of the elastic. So
we had, actually, earlier on in the week, we had Lauren Guthrie here with Swedish tracing paper, which we were sewing a toile out of.
Wow.
Have you seen it?
Oh,
it's so cool. I'm getting myself raw while I'm here. It's fabulous, yeah. So it's like that has also got the banana fibre in it, like the rami.
Right.
Which in the paper, which makes it really strong. So you can cut your paper pattern out and then you can sew the paper pattern up.
Oh,
and try
I
it on,
see,
And then you
right.
can pull the thread out and then cut your pieces or whatever.
Oh, okay. Right.
Very clever stuff.
Very good. Yes, I like that
Yeah.
idea.
Are you going to be at Festival of Quilts this year?
Well, we were going maybe we're not going to have a stand there. We had one once, but
Next to mine.
was it at the Festival of Quilts?
It was Festival of Quilts.
No, it was.
Yeah, I only do Festival of Quilts.
Oh.
It's the only place I ever have a stand.
Right.
Well, I did knitting and stitching last year in Harrogate for the very first time. But yeah, I've never done any other show.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't Stitch Festival.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Quilt Festival, rather. Oh, no, we just decided not to do so many shows simply because it's quite tiring.
Yeah.
So we do the Ali Pali show. But having said that, I think we would love to come to Harrogate's because I think there's a lot of people that I meet at Birmingham NEC, which is the Sewing for Pleasure show, that come down from that neck of the woods, and they said to me, "Oh, you should do Harrogate." And so they've said that so many times now that I just think, right, yeah, let's do it.
And Harrogate is lovely.
And Harrogate's lovely, yeah. Yeah, we were going to buy a house once in Harrogate. Yeah, without even going there. So that was during lockdown, you know. It's nice. Yeah. So anyway, now we're.
Oh, that's lovely. This fabric is beautiful, isn't it?
It really is. Yes.
Have we got any of these bundles left, Ben? Oh, we'll have a look and see. I think that's gorgeous.
So I'm now pressing my seam allowance towards the back. Now, you're going to top stitch after this, which if you're making it in the denim fabric, of course, you know, it's nice to get that sort of contrast top stitch going on.
And that would be on the back piece,
yes,
the back seam.
Yes. So, and that's why we join the side seam, because a lot of people think, oh, join the front to back pieces and then front to back, but you won't be able to do the top stitching on the side if you do that. So you're doing this one first. So you're literally making 2 legs. I'm going to just move on, I think. So you do the same with the other one. So exactly the same as that. Have we got much time left?
We were okay for time.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means doing another leg.
Make me a
then.
pair of trousers, please.
Right.
I want them finished.
Well, I was thinking maybe I could move. So here's the belt, you know, and obviously you've got the belt tabs, and that's just literally you're sewing down the side. You've got a nice little pointed angle on one side, but it's nice and long. So you know, but again, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. And I've also got two methods of waistband, not one, but 2. 2 methods.
Can we see them both?
Well, you can, because I have done 2 to show you.
Brilliant.
So you're sewing your legs together, and then you're joining the 2 legs. You put one side the other, and then you sew down the front and back. And then
that completely blew my mind the first time I did like pyjama bottoms. What? Inside the other?
Yes. So you're making 2 legs, and then you turn one wrong side out, the other one right side out, put the one leg inside the other, and then you're sewing round the crotch area, and then that allows you to be able to top stitch that seam as well. So you've got the top stitch down the side and the crotch area, but not on the inside leg. So that's the perfect way. This waistband, what I've done, here we are, sewing the waistband method 1 with an overlocker.
Oh, both of them are in the pattern too?
Or sewing the waistband method 2 without an overlocker.
Okay.
Because if you've got an overlocker, it's really easy to, obviously you're sewing your waistband to your back front to your back. You attach the, let me just show you the other one because it's not sewn, that one. And then so here we are. So I've joined it at the side edge like that. So there's my front waistband, which has got the interfacing on it. And the back waistband doesn't have the interfacing. It's because you want it to be able to gather up nicely with the elastic. Now the elastic...
Oh, so the elastic's only on the back waistband?
It is,
So you've got that more fullness there?
That's it. You don't need it on the front because you've got the pleats, don't you? That's what brings it in. So you can see that I've just pinned it at the side, the back, so right sides together, and then I've stitched it down the side. And then what you want to do is to, so that the elastic is running around the back section. So you've got the front here, and then you pin it at the side like so, and then you're going to stitch it down here. Now, before you stitch it, this is what I was talking about earlier, is pin it Just, you know, be careful with pins. If you want to, you could just, you know, machine tack it or something if you don't, you know, and then try that on. So you're literally, you know, going.
Oh, I got
and putting the band on, just
I've
the
got
band,
you.
because that's what's going. Now, if you think, oh, it's a bit tight, then you can, or it's a bit loose, then you can adjust it at the side. So if you've cut yourself a little bit extra elastic, that gives you a bit more manoeuvrability.
So you do start cutting down the waistband, just the elastic, just shorter
Yeah,
or a little bit longer.
exactly. So it's going to draw it in a bit better, bit more.
That sounds like a very easy way to make them fit nicely.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, you want to be comfortable, don't you? So you're sewing in the side there, which is like, oh, I haven't done it. So I'll just, so let me just sew that bit in. And you're banking the elastic up, so the top edge of the elastic to the fold of that you, because you folded it over beforehand. I'm sort of racing ahead a bit here, but you folded it in half and then you sew it in at the side.
We've got that lovely elastic, by the way, that Fiona's using on the show. This is a 1 metre piece, 40 millimetres wide for $1.99. So grab some of that. One pack's enough, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you'll be able to make a couple of trousers out of that. Now you can see beforehand, I've got, with my waistband, I've got one raw edge, long wedge, and I've folded over and pressed the other one. And we're going to then, now with the one that's without the overlocker, we're just going to pin the one raw edge to the front of the trousers, top edge. With this one, it's where you just fold the whole thing over, match the raw edges, overlock the edge and sew that on. So it looks like that.
So that's more of a one-step application. The other one, you've got to go back in and top stitch in the ditch.
You can either stitch in the ditch if you feel brave, or like I say, just, you know, stitch it by hand if or machine, hand tack it and then top stitch or machine stitch in the ditch afterwards. So those are the two methods of doing that. And then when it comes to the ties, you, if I can find my ties.
Oh no, I had the ties. They were
not
here.
The ties.
Oh, you've got
the
them
tabs.
There. Brilliant,
Not
the tabs.
ties. Yes. So the tabs, you're going to match them up to the top edge of the trouser. Now I've put positions in there, but if you obviously want one at the side seam, so match it up to the side seam at the side. And then you might want to have one here. So I think I say to put it, line it up to one of the pleats.
Do you mind just going over to the right a little bit, just sort of more? That's perfect, thank you.
So, and you could also have one in the centre back seam as well. So, you know, it's like whatever sort of you fancy really. And then you're going to machine tack those tabs in position. So now you could do this either before you put the waistband on or before you join the legs together. I think in the pattern, it's before you put the waistband on.
Okay.
Just a little thing as well, there is an extra template in the pattern for a drawstring waistband version, if you want it. And the instructions are either in the packet or they're to view online on the blog. So just scroll down to the bottom of the page and you can even print it off if you want.
Yeah, we should also mention your blog, because you always blog about patterns and you have them in different sort of, you model them and write about the designing. It's all lovely. Some hacks.
Yes, what the inspiration was and things like that. So there's your tabs, and they're free floating right now. So once you've put the waistband on, you can then just top stitch them down. So when you've got the waistband on.
So if I grab one of the actual
like
pairs of
that,
trousers,
yes, you might be able to
quick
see.
look, yeah. So here, for example, Ah, yes, I see. So it's just
Yes.
top stitch near the top
Just
of the
top
waistband.
stitch it, yes. You could even top stitch a tiny little channel around the top edge of the elastic. That will just sort of keep it, but just be careful with, like, you know, you don't want to sew the elastic,
No.
so I probably wouldn't do that. But just top stitch it down there.
Yeah, they are lovely.
They're lovely, aren't
Really
they?
yeah, they're great. Yeah,
Like
they're great.
that, like, you know, when they're baggy like that, they're sort of like fishermen's trousers, aren't they? And they, you know, you could do them in a lightweight denim as well, if you wanted to, or even chambray or...
Really nice Nabiscos as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, so that's the viscose ones, which I haven't done the back pockets, I haven't done the, but you still got the pleats, you still got the side pocket, and they just a much more simple version. Let me just turn that round.
I do love these kind of wardrobe staples that you can dress up or down.
Yeah.
And that have a totally different look depending on the fabric you choose.
That's right.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Gorgeous, aren't they?
Don't forget to grab your pattern. Remember, there's a physical version, there's a digital version. If you want physical, those details are on screen now. Printed, full size, ready to go, $17.99, and you've got sizes 8 to 22 on that pattern. Now, if you prefer a digital download where you print off your own pattern pieces, and we were saying earlier on, Fiona, you can just print off the pattern pieces. You don't have to print off the instructions.
No.
You can just read those off your tablet.
Exactly, you know, so I save on
$9.95 for
paper and
those.
printing by just like viewing it on your tablet or your phone.
It's a great option. It's a great option. So the details on screen. Now that's an instant download, instant purchase, and there's no P&P if it's the only thing you're buying today.
And they're really classic trousers, you know. The other thing, somebody asked me the other day, oh, have you got any barrel leg trousers?
Ooh, what's a barrel leg?
Do you not know barrel leg? Since
probably-
men don't really wear barrel leg trousers, but they are kind of quite in this year.
Out and in.
Well, I don't particularly wear them myself, but I did say to her, do you know, it'd be really easy to make barrel leg trousers from these, because all you need to do is just to sort of taper them in at the bottom, or even just put a dart in the bottom of the leg, and then just turn up the hem, or put a facing on the hem.
So they just kind of go wide
So they,
down
yes,
to
they're like a
narrower.
barrel basically. So they're quite full, but then they sort of taper towards the ankle.
Got
I mean,
you.
they are lovely.
Like a pedal pusher. No, I'm joking.
The
Remember
opposite,
pedal pushers?
opposite to a pedal pusher.
Remember
Shows
pedal
your age,
pushers?
love. Do you know, I
True
don't
enough.
know. I don't think I ever had a pair of pedal
Oh,
pushers.
stop
I drew
it,
the line there.
Fiona.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Well, and I'm a girl of the 80s, you know. I mean, it's like that Madonna look with the pedal pushers under a skirt. It was net skirt and everything. But no, I didn't like
Never
that.
did it?
No.
Well, they'll come round again, Fiona. We can have another pop. Fab. I think these are gorgeous. No tricky fastenings, no zips to worry about, no buttons or buttonholes to worry about. Not that these things are a worry, really, but for a lot of people, it's a no. I'm not going to make it if it's got a zip. This is easy sewing.
And I've had people come to my show, the NEC, within their trousers, and they love them. They say they're so comfortable. They've made so many pairs. So, you know, that's a really good sort of like mark of approval.
I
isn't
think
it,
so
when
too.
you see them in the flesh.
Yeah, when you make them and when you make them again. Right, Ben, would you like me to go through any of the fabrics? Yeah, I'm going to grab the one that you were demonstrating with. This has been our most popular option in the hour. This is just absolutely beautiful. This is the viscose slub, 100% viscose with a gorgeous linen style slub in the weave, and then that beautiful digital print.
Cobalt blue, I'd call that, wouldn't you?
Me too.
Cobalt.
Totally. Yeah, yeah. Just love that little bit of gold in there as well.
Super.
Just lifts it, doesn't it? Lovely and light and floaty, but not at all see-through. I've got low single figures left of this bundle. If you want this, and a brilliant price, $21.99. 2.5 meters is enough to make the largest size in the Elsie Trousers. That's a size 22, and also the longest length, which is full length. So many of you have the Elsie trouser in your baskets, do remember to check out. I think this is a very versatile trouser, easy to sew. And it looks gorgeous in the African
Flattering
wax
as
print.
well, because you've got the yes, I mean an African print. You know, if you don't want viscose or linen, you know, a cotton fabric is just as good.
Yeah.
But flattering because you've got the flat front with the pleats, and then you've got the gathered ease for comfort, elasticated back.
Fab. Now, Fiona, we have mentioned it 1 or 2 times, but it's really, we really want you to join us at 2 o'clock for an extra stitch. Tell me, what are we going to be chatting about? What patterns have you got?
So, what have I bought? I've bought my lovely Whitstable bag, a beret. I've bought.
I think we've got the Gertrude Gilet.
Have we?
I think so. Oh. The cocoon dress.
Cocoon dress. We've got the Valerie
Was
dress.
It cocoon? Sorry.
Cocoon.
That's me listening. A quilted scarf.
I haven't got samples of that one. I couldn't find it anywhere,
right.
but I think I've got the little bag, so that comes with, and the Brompton bag, the Whitstable bag, the boho bag.
Gorgeous.
Lots of bags.
Got a shift dress as well.
We've got the Valerie shift dress, and we've got. Oh, what's the other one?
We've got 15 patterns anyway, all physical, and they are 15% off.
Yeah,
so a
that's
chance
really
to get
good.
yourself a little bit of a bargain there. And we're going to have a jolly good old chat, aren't we?
Maybe a bit about sort of whatever.
Yeah. Well, I've got some questions to ask you.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And I'm going to keep them secret so I can really spring them on you.
Pounce on me, and then I'll be going,
well, you've got an hour to tell me what not to ask.
Right.
So it's fine. It'll all be fine. Please do make sure you join us on Facebook Live at 2 o'clock sharp for an extra stitch. Ben will be there too, and we'll be having a jolly good chin wag with Sewgirl herself, Fiona Hesford. Now, let's talk about what's coming up tomorrow. I'm back on presenting in the morning, and we're starting off. It's our last day of our flower show week, so we have fabulous flower show fabrics for the first hour. Now, at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by Catherine Wright with a brand new launch. This is the Layer It Up waistcoat and beautiful fabric bundles in that hour. Now, at 10 o'clock, I'm joined by Cross Stitch Guild Supremo, Jane Greenoff, with all things cross stitch, the little greenhouse pincushion, plus some lovely flower-related cross-stitch kits. Now, Jane's actually going to be on with me for an hour and a half, so we will be straddling 11 o'clock. We will be 10 till 11:30. Then at 11:30, Catherine is back with a William Morris soft diamond multi-quilt kit. That's absolutely gorgeous. We had a look at that earlier. For an hour till 12:30, and then the last half hour of the day, I'll be doing a bit of a demo with the Brother quilting machine. Is that the MV1100, Ben? It is, the MV1100, an absolutely fabulous machine. Right, we need to go and have a little bit of a break.
We need to put our feet up for a bit, don't
We'll
we?
put our
Get
feet
strength
up,
back.
and do check out your baskets. Now, after the break, Hobbymaker will be here with our very own Sandra Rushford, so don't go anywhere. Stick around, and we'll see you at 2 for an extra stitch.